over, and all of a sudden,
worse and worse. And
it's like, okay, Noah's flood has started. It's flowing. We were very surprised.
Yeah, definitely. So we got out there this morning and bailed some water out of the Iguanodontian quarry, and that was, yeah. I don't know. We'd done some decent trenching and everything, so the bone's gonna be okay. But
if I had moved the wash, believe me, that would have been full.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah. A chunk of a rib, or maybe a transverse process from a vertebra, maybe a neural spine. So I got some nice symmetry right there. But yeah, very nice. Exactly where we'd expect to find it coming down from up there. Yeah, nice. Wow, finding dinosaur bones live on stream. Yeah. Beautiful.
There was a partial skull, I think, from the 1970s, 1940, but it wasn't very good. And then in the 2000s, they started to find one or two nice, complete skulls of Thescelosaurus. And they found that it looked really quite different from Hypsilophodon. It had like a long, pointy snout and various other features that mark it out as being quite distinct. So a number of years ago, let's say 3 years ago, actually, no, it was pre-COVID, so it would have been about 2019 probably. We climbed into the pit and we got out our saw and we sawed the head off the Thescelosaurus. And I tell the kids, as is traditional in Britain, I put it on public display.
On a pike,
yeah, on a spike, to serve as a warning for other dinosaurs. And we got a cast from a tree mold of a nice reconstruction of the real skull and stuck it on there. And
he's kind of our dinosaur ambassador here at Twitch for the weekend, and teaching people about how these animals had feathers.
Yeah, dude, guys, you gotta have to follow them. This is one of my favorite ASMR channels. You learn a lot of stuff just in the daytime when you're working. Oh my god,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Shoot, Starlink is not working right now. I'm not necessarily convinced that it is going to work this summer. I don't know. The technology it isn't there yet, you know? I think they released it before it was ready. But anyway, yeah. Again, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist here on Twitch, trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach in the best way that I know how. So here I am talking to you about fossils, about dinosaurs, about the history of life on our incredible planet, from one of the places where we learn about that. Doling's Bowl in Utah. So this is not the name of a town or a city or even a region. It is like basically a little valley here in the Utah desert. We are, I guess, north of Moab right now. The Colorado border is just over there. And there are dinosaurs strewn about all throughout here. So I'm pretty excited to share this with you. David L. Jones wrote the book on cycads. The book is called Cycads. And is that dotted bit an impression of the skin? It is, Moonrise Rabbit. Thank you. I almost forgot. This is an impression of the skin right here. This kind of pebbly texture like this. That is duck-billed dinosaur skin. Pretty neat. These guys must have had such tough skin in order to have it be preserved like this. We're not talking about like kind of leathery skin like on an elephant. We're talking about like pebbly, almost like on a Komodo dragon, but much, much bigger. You know, tough skin. Tough enough that when most of this animal rotted away, bits of the skin were still there and got buried in the sand along with the bones. So, pretty darn cool, right? Yeah. My partner hasn't gone to my head. But I don't know. Still the same old Danny I always was. Where is that crown? I threw it away, Patrick Fire. Dougie Fresh. Hang on, wait, what? 10,000 bits? Am I seeing that correctly? How much is that? Oh, jacket or a field jacket around the fossils to safely get them out of the ground and back to the laboratory. So think of it like a protective cocoon that we put around the bones to protect them as we transport them back to the museum. So the lower jaw is in that right there.
Yeah, right.
We've got another lower jaw right here in the ground. And there it is right there.
Putting everything.
And so hopefully tomorrow we can trench around this a little bit more. And then we put some paper towel over it. And we take some burlap strips, we soak them in plaster of Paris, stick them over the top, almost like a broken arm or broken leg. And then once that hardens over the top, you got like a nice top jacket there to protect the top of it. And then you dig around the sides. Maybe you put a side strip around, then eventually you flip it. And then you clear away the rock from the other side, and then you put plaster and burlap on the other side of it. That's plaster jacketing. Yeah, maybe I'll be showing more of that tomorrow, but yeah.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Are you paleontologizing?
It's called paleontologizing. Bill A says, do we know how the site was discovered? No, it's a total mystery. No one has any idea how this dinosaur was first. I'm kidding. A paleontologist from the University of Bath in England was visiting us last June, and he found some pieces of ceratopsian frill eroding out of the hillside. And so we all got together and followed it up, found the source, and we found some more frill bones in there. So we knew we had a ceratopsian dinosaur, a horned dinosaur. Last summer we could only dig a small hole because we were only working with a prospecting, aka surface collection permit. This year we got a full-on excavation permit, so we could dig a great big hole and find this bone and several others that we've already gotten out of the ground. And with any luck, we'll get...
Let's continue. And it might take a minute until it goes, because YouTube is having some real trouble right now. So, yeah, we'll wait for it. Come on, you can do it, YouTube. You can do it. Their sound still isn't working. Oh boy, come on, YouTube.
If we're going to get
There
a
we
little
go.
more fancy, we could talk about two main types.
You're wandering around, Danny, keeping out for my baseball cap.
Well, of course,
It disappeared during Dust Devil. Oh, there it is. Wow, you're good, man. Ask and you shall receive.
Thanks, Don.
I
Yeah.
looked all around it. There.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah, it was serious.
Yeah.
Spot.
Oh, can we take a look at Don's running shirt of the day?
Oh, yeah.
This is our running series. Don's running shirt of the day.
That's just a squatter's ale.
No, I like to think of stegosaurs as being kind of sprightly, graceful animals. You know? Almost kind of obnoxious with how showy they were. You look at those dorsal plates on the back. These enormous osteoderms that these animals evolved would have been even longer in life, covered by a keratinous sheath, probably really brightly colored, I would imagine. You're not going to go through the trouble of evolving enormous osteoderms like that for display without having them be brightly colored, in my opinion. So, yeah, it's probably a really garish, almost obnoxious animal. I'll lift this up for just a moment. Show everybody. But these, I should not be doing this, lifting this up. Don't let Don see. But these nails are really, really important for data at this site. We've got a whole grid system established to be able to map out where each of the bones are from, how they're arranged, all that good stuff. And so this is how we keep track of that with these nails that are hammered into the quarry. But occasionally when you're digging through the rock, you gotta move the nails because, well, you're digging in past where the nails are hammered in. So I'm gonna very carefully put this back exactly where it was in a lower layer.
Have awakened in the future. Moon pie. What a time to be alive.
Yeah, Moo Pie. Yeah.
Oh, very cool. Is this... Shoot, is this a genuine Stegosaurus skeleton here? Are those the actual bones? Is this from the Holland quarry? Or Holland Quarry? Hayden Quarry? The quarry at Dinosaur National Monument. What's it called? Holy cow, that scapula certainly looks real. And some of those plates certainly look real too. Some of them are mounted incorrectly. That one is like sideways, which is weird. But yeah. Very cool.
Remember, when you go in a dig, don't mess with the nails.
All right. So yeah, somebody was asking about what are the tools that we use out here. So I've got my tool bag. It's a little bit messy right now. And it's actually missing a few tools. Where did I put my scoop with the... Let's see. Have you seen a black oyster knife anywhere?
Yeah,
it was inside of a red scoop?
Oh, it's behind.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Maris. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, so this is one that I use a lot for the actual digging part. So this is an oyster knife, like you might use for opening oysters if you're the sort of person who eats oysters. I've never been a fan, but I'm a big fan of this for digging up dinosaurs. More and better dinosaurs have been dug up with this simple, humble tool than anything ever rolled off the line at Caterpillar or John Deere or anything like that. This is the sort of tool that we use to dig up dinosaurs. This and tools like this, an awl. This is a really nice one because it actually has the metal, what's it called? Metal pawling on here? So you can actually hit that with a hammer and it won't completely destroy the awl. And then, yeah, other various tools, pencil, toothbrush for brushing, another soft brush for brushing. Pretty simple stuff, you know? This certainly isn't rocket surgery out here, nor is it as well funded. So, yeah. Yeah. All right. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Get it up. Get it up. Nice. Nice. Very nice.
Let's get it on a better surface. Oh, she's heavy. Okay, nice job, guys.
Yeah.
I don't see any bone, do you?
No.
Good.
I don't either. We're looking good.
We did it. Now we can start whittling this thing down, and we'll take it down
Very
at
nice.
the end of the day.
Yeah. Excellent.
Awesome. All right. Thanks.
Yeah. Ouch. Whoa, little baby Triceratops. My goodness, I've never seen these before. These are brand new. Oh man, they're so tiny. I'm being mobbed by them right now. So A, is evolution A, the metamorphosing of animals as they grow and develop? B, creatures growing better adapted to their environments through their lifetimes? C, change in a lineage of organisms over multiple generations? Or D, if humans evolved from monkeys, then why are there still monkeys? Hey Joe3, how you doing? Yeah. Okay. Ready, and go. Nice. Very nice. Textbook. Yeah. I think this is appropriate. Yeah. Yeah. It's hanging 10 on Champsosaurus. Best feature of the game right here. They should make this a mini game. Oh, into the Cypress Tree. Ah! Yeah, It's worth it to see you appreciate the effort poured into the... Oh, P-Funki, this is an incredible game, and I am so amazed at all of the people who have poured so much effort into it. It's incredible. And I want to see it continue to grow and become successful, and so I'm going to be streaming this a lot. And I'm honestly having so much more fun with this than I would with a more popular game like Ark or the Isle or the Jurassic World game or whatever. This is where it's at, and I am so excited about it. Oh yeah. And then
And who in the chat can tell me what this is right here? What's become the official term published in the literature for this array of tail spikes there? Anybody tell me? Yeah, there you go, Jim, the thagomizer. This array of tail spikes, most likely used for defense. We actually have a number of theropod dinosaurs with like really grievous injuries to certain bones in their bodies. And those at least seem to match up with those wickedly long spikes there. Pretty cool. Yeah. And we've got a hype train going. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate the support. Pretend like I'm ignoring her, and she'll jump right up on my lap. Watch. See? Oh, moon pie. Science. The truth is with science. Science is real. Science is real. Science is real. Science is real. From anatomy to geology. Science is real. From astrophysics to biology. Now a scientific theory is...
But there's fine serrations on that carina right there. And they're not as fine here, so. But it's very much an anterior tooth. It's premaxillary or anterior denary. That's very nice. Get that wrapped carefully.
Yeah. Shoot. Yeah, ASAP. It's pretty big. It's pretty darn big. Almost, honestly, it's too big. Who thought this was a good idea to evolve a skull this size, Who thought this was a good idea? Tyrannosaurs, man.
Oh, well, if you got a population like this. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Got a lot of history. She hasn't done the biggest stuff, though.
Okay. Ready? One.
Forget what her
Nice.
Nicely done. All right.
scared the crap out of me.
I didn't know that was going on right now. Holy cow. Did you guys see the flip?
Holy flip.
Somebody clip that. Nicely done, guys.
I would have.
Sick.
I put this in front of Deanna's workstation.
That's great, Howard. How close can we get? Yeah. And look at this. Face to face with Jane. Very cool. It's a fleshed out model of her head. And is she shedding some skin there? What is that? Look at those big old eyes. So this is a dinosaur that would have had very, very keen senses. Very sharp eyesight. In fact, had that same kind of binocular vision that adult Tyrannosaurus has. So she could actually see directly in front of her. Like that. Would have had very acute hearing and a tremendous sense of smell. We know this by studying the brain cavity of Tyrannosaurus. We can make what we call an endocast, which is basically like a replica of the structure of the brain. We can see how big certain parts of the brain are. And the parts that are associated with vision and hearing are pretty well developed, but the part of the brain that's associated with smell, the olfactory bulbs, are enormous on Tyrannosaurus, just huge. So we know that this creature had an incredible sense of smell also. Yeah. Allosaurus. A pretty big animal here. Take a look at that. Look at those jaws. Look at those jaws. Hope somebody's clipping this right now. Look Look at those jaws right there. Holy cow. How cool is that? Well, hello, everybody. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's really good to have all of you here today. I'm back home. It was a long drive from St. George, Utah, back to the Bay Area. But I got it done, and I'm here. And I'm even on time today, more or less. Doing pretty well. Still haven't unpacked all my field gear and everything, but, one thing at a time. Anyway, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. If it's your first time here, then allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So whether that's going out to the field, like I did last week, streaming live from an excavation site, whether it's broadcasting from here in my office in the San Francisco Bay Area, going over fossil news, interviewing other paleontologists remotely, answering your questions. The whole point is to show you what fossil science is really like, to walk you through it. That's paleontologizing. And hello, Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? She certainly missed me. Didn't you, sweetie? Yeah. And it's good to have you back, Alexander Morrison. It's good to be back here in the office. Yeah. I'm kind of jonesing to go back out into the field at some point, but it'll be nice to have a couple weeks, at least, back here in California until then. Sweetie Pie, what's shaking with you? Did you have a good week while I was gone? Did you throw any wild parties or anything? Huh? Did you? Did you? Oh. And Dr. Irrefutable, thank you. Hey, it's good to be here. Welcome, everybody. Today we're going to be doing kind of a recap of our work in St. George and giving you an update about what's going on there. We'll be looking at some news articles about the whole thing. And be catching up on some fossil news. And of course, answering any questions that you good folks might have. It's the whole point of these broadcasts is to do science outreach, to show you how paleontology actually works, try and give you an inside peek into the science, and yeah. Anywho. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Give me treats if you want to live. Alright, sweetie. Okay, we can do that. Let's pay our landlord here, our feline overlord. It says it's been a while. Yeah, it has been a while, huh? Yeah. Come here. Ooh, look at those. Well. And thank you, Golganek. Hey, it's good to be home safe. Better than being home dangerous. So many good treats to eat. We still got 3 more there. There you go. she's drooling all over the desk. There we go.
Tradoon.
I'm not sure I get that reference, Arlay. I think that sailed right over my head. But, I'm glad you're here. I hope your week is off to a good start. I hope everybody's week is off to a good start. It's good to be back. And Community Time says, I bet she's happy to have you back. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Surprisingly, Sweetie Pie was actually the last cat to come greet me yesterday when I walked in the door. But, yeah, first was Mini Pie, and then Moon Pie, and Sweetie was last. Yeah. Oh, okay, gotcha, Arlay. Yeah. And Lordy says Sweetie and Minnie are getting their teeth cleaned soon. That's gonna be fun. They went to visit the vet last week, and I'm sorry I wasn't here to help you take them there, Lordy, but, I was pretty busy with other stuff. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho. I'm still kind of, getting reacquainted with civilization after, well, civilization. The dig site that I was at past week, of course, is right in the middle of St. George, Utah, but it still kind of felt like normal field work in the sense that I was sleeping in a tent every night and all that good stuff. So, yeah, and they were a handful, says Lordy. Speaking of the cats, we've got a brand new emote today. Oh,
you need to take some of your own advice.
Loonisaurus.
You're the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week, and that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs. Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow.
Loonisaurus, thank you for the 27 months of support. I really appreciate it. Stream Elements is still, I'm gonna have to switch to the Twitch alerts. That's gonna be a project for me maybe this week. We've been having so many problems with the Stream Elements alerts. Anyway, let me pull up my agenda for today's stream and we'll get started with some stuff. Oh, but I was gonna tell you. There we go. We've got a brand new emote to premiere. We'll see if she herself shows up on stream. It's Moon Pie. Yeah, we've got Moon Pie emotes now. Yes, we'll see if Ms. Moon Pie makes an appearance today. We shall see. How do you think it looks, Lordy? Lordy sent me an image to use here, and I think I didn't do too much modification. But there we go. Yeah, you love it? Excellent, Lordy. Yeah. And now we've got all three cats as emotes. Here. One of them is, one of them is one that I originally made for Lordy, the Yum emote. This one here. Here. Paleo Mini Pie. Right here. I made that for Lordy originally for her stream when she did cooking streams, and now I've repurposed it for my own channel. Thank you, Patrick Crusader.
Once again, invaluable.
Really appreciate that, Patrick Crusader. Thank you for the 24 months of support. Tremendous. Appreciate you. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. The mammals represent, says Wombat Hole. You would say that, Wombat. Being a mammal yourself. Of course, I am too. Anywho. And Crimson Carnotaurus says we need more like these. Yeah, I've realized that I'm all out of the regular emote slots for those. But if we upload them as GIFs, then we can put them in the animated emote slot. And I have like 20 slots open for that. So at some point we'll have to do some more multi-part dinosaur emotes like those again. So that'll be a thing, but I've got so many other things on my plate too. It's hard to keep track of. There's a lot going on. Speaking of a lot going on, let's get into our agenda. I want to show you a few things. Oh, for those of you who were gone and maybe weren't here for the past week.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Golganak, for the 100 bits there. Have we got a hype train kicking off? Beautiful. There. Oh, before I forget, too, we should do a Blue Sky post. There we go. Control print screen. Let's see if that looks any good. Open up the old paint program. Nope, that is the wrong. Nope, nope. Yeah, we can do a lot better than that. We could do better than that.
All right, let's see how much better that is. And thank you, community time. I appreciate that. Thank you kindly. That looks like the same one. All right, hang on. Bit of an issue here.
25 feet long,
XVR, thank you for the 6 months of support.
He won a lot of arguments in
Really
his time,
appreciate that.
but very few beauty contests.
Thank you very, very much, XVR. I appreciate you. Okay. Paste. Again, that's not working. Okay. We could do a little bit better than that, too. All right. I don't know why. That's frustrating. And that when you take a screenshot, you should be able to just paste it without significant issue. And, there. I look too serious there. We'll get this, chat. Just a moment here. Control print screen. It's like half of these are just not registering. All right. Didn't work either. I'm not sure what's up with it, but print screen hotkeys are being tricky. Oh, now I got this going on. Lone Mountain, thank you for the 21 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Lone Mountain Knife Co. Thank you for the 21 months of support. That's a long time. And I appreciate it. Thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits there. We've got a level 2 hype train that we're approaching here. Thank you, everyone. Fantastic. All right. We've got emotes flying across the screen. There we go. Paste. That one just looks bad. Try that again. Finally, that'll work. Good enough. I'll take it. Let's crop that right there. Go ahead and save that. Wish there were a hotkey for save as for paint, but there doesn't seem to be. Throw it up on Blue Sky. There we go. Okay. We're back from Utah. let's do a recap of the St. George fossil salvage operation, plus some paleontology. Oh, plus we'll be catching up on paleontology news and doing lots of audience Q&A. Join us now at twitch.tv/paleontology. And for our alt text, for anybody who might be visually impaired, or I guess it also helps with SEO and stuff. Screenshot from Twitch stream with me in my office in front of various 3D prints. The big ol' coelacanth, Dilophosaurus skull, and some Growlitor tracks. Alright, ready?
Hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. I want to show you something here too. For those of you who missed it, if you don't happen to be following me on Blue Sky, mere minutes after I ended my stream on Saturday, look at what turned up. Big old theropod dinosaur tooth. This is a cross-section of the tooth right here, so the pointy end of the tooth is broken off. That part is on the other half of the block. But you can get a sense for how big this is. This is a big old tooth from like maybe a Dilophosaurus-sized dinosaur. Dinosaur, the skull would be about this size over here. This is about 10 million years before Dilophosaurus evolved, but similar kind of dinosaur. And if you want a sense for how big this animal is, there's Dilophosaurus.
Blue is cheap.
From the Jurassic Park films. This is how big it actually was, based on the fossils that we have of this animal. Again, our critter that this tooth is from is not Dilophosaurus, but it's a similarly sized theropod. Could be the ancestor of Dilophosaurus. In fact, odds are decent that that's the case, I suppose. It's from generally the same part of the world, about 10 million years earlier. So anyway, very, very cool. The stuff is here. I only wish I'd been streaming for about another 5 minutes, or we would have caught this. But I needed to get on the road. I had to get a car wash, get an oil change, and then do about 5 hours of driving and check into a hotel. And yeah, it's been a long couple of days. But I'm glad to be home. So anyway, big old theropod tooth. And this animal, again, we don't have a name for it. This is a new species. If they can find more of this animal at the site in St. George, potential we'll be able to name it. Because again, we know that from tantalizing bits and pieces that there's a big theropod dinosaur there. We also know that from the tracks, obviously. But yeah, we've got big theropod there. And hopefully we'll have enough crew members, enough funding, enough equipment to be able to get more of it before the site gets destroyed. Yeah. And Regadactylus says, how was this one discovered? Just pulling away a slab on top? Exactly. Yeah. Bingo. This came out of
some of the work that Ammon Bateman was doing with his tractor there.
Until you see it.
Poster size is too small almost for those photos.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work.
No, I have nothing to do with those decisions.
Oh, I think this was the day before. Here, let's find... There we go. Would have been this day. So it was...
Missing link, fossil fish.
This came from right over there in that pile of rubble.
Incredible.
We'll talk about
Very,
coelacanths
very,
here in a bit,
very
too.
antique.
Turn the volume down just a bit. And man, we were having some connection issues for sure.
Oh, cool.
I'm glad the Starlink mostly worked, because sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, but so Ammon working back here in the excavator, digging up part of the what we call the bone layer up there, the bone bed. So this came from one of those big chunks there that he dug out, and so we were going through those bit by bit.
$100 a month, so that's not. It would have to be on site at the museum.
Anyway.
Yeah, it'd be incredibly helpful. Yeah. So let's get the word out about that. Yeah. Thanks, Andrew.
Talking about storage for the site too. Luna C wants to know any plans to head back to the site before it's gone. I very much want to. We'll see if that works with my schedule. I've got a very busy spring. I've got some traveling to do. I might have some excavation work right here in the Bay Area. I've got that Tyrannosaur skull that I've got to finish and deliver, put up on display at the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. I've got to get ready for field work in Wyoming and later on in near Moab, Utah. There's a lot going on. But I'm going to try and make it back out there to St. George maybe in about 2 weeks. We'll see if conditions allow for that. Yeah. So a solid maybe. There we go. Yeah. Anywho, and before we started today's stream, I made sure to give Andrew Milner a call. Again, here is Andrew, right here.
Yeah, those are all fixed. We've got like two 300-pound jackets out here so far.
So Andrew's the man leading this whole operation. He's the curator of the museum.
So that gets them out of the rain. So
right.
A metal ship container, like a storage container, you know.
So normally he's running around like crazy on a day like this. I decided I'd try to give him a call anyway, just to ask for a quick update about what's happened since I left. And I'm glad I gave him a call because there's some exciting news. People have been purchasing more and more things off of the Amazon wish list, more supplies to be able to use at the site, and that has been incredibly helpful. He wanted me to emphasize that. They're actually going to be taking the pics off of the wish list. You know, digging pics. They had, I think somebody ordered 2 different wheelbarrows, which are going to be immensely helpful, especially when they have more volunteers at the site. And they also had another interview with the Salt Lake Tribune this past week, or yesterday, I think. Thank you, Rabid Weenus, for their 36 months. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for your ongoing support. It means a lot. Here. We talked briefly about this article the other day. But now we've got a chance to actually look at it on stream. So let's do that after we... What's going on, Sweetie Pie? How are you doing? What's going on? Do you want more treats? Is that what you're after? Do you want even more treats? Oh. All right, the coelacanth is moving around. Yeah, look at that. What do you think? All right, I think we can get you some more treats. Let's do that, huh? Yeah?
Okay. Whoa, look at all those. Here, let's grab a few of them. Come back. That's kind of a lot. I think Sweetie did miss me a lot. Collecting back rent, you weren't around for a whole week. There you go, Helvetica scenario. I think you're correct. It's like I missed out on so many treats this past week. Huh. Yeah. Lenina says this community has been extremely generous with this emergency dig. Thank you all. Absolutely. Yeah, I got thank yous from multiple folks who work at the museum, including Andrew. He and Jaleesa and Hunter and Hannah and David have all been incredibly grateful for the support that you good folks have offered. And I wanted to make that known. So thank you, everybody, for that. Here, you're searching for that last treat, sweetie? It's right here. Look. There you go.
This is it. This is the horizon which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs. Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Thank you, 5L, for the raid. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're about to go over a newspaper article. It's helping to get the word out about the emergency fossil excavation project that I've been part of for the past week. I just got back from Utah, where I was helping out with that. But first, trying to... Here, my landlord here is getting a little antsy. Here, sweetie pie. Okay. It's a treat for you right here. You want that? Oh, is that good stuff? Look, it's right here. Well, you don't want that one? She's like, goodness. Anyway, 5L, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Tell me about it. How was it? Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Whenever the other mammals who live in this household let me. Sweetie pie. So I'm glad you're here. Again, we just spent a week out in St. George, Utah.
Is it pretty okay? For a dinosaur discovery site.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Welcome back to St. George,
was,
Utah. Our emergency fossil excavation.
This was
here,
Saturday.
Dinosaur discovery site. Don't normally stream on Saturdays, but I'm about to hit the road in just a little bit, probably a little over an hour. I wanted to do one last stream from the site before I drive back to California.
So we're digging up fossils live on stream and talking about why this site is so important and all that good stuff. I hope that makes sense. Here's an article about this that came out on Friday, I think it was. We didn't have a chance to look at it yet, so we're going to do that right now. This is a crisis. A southern...
has provided scientists with many dramatic fossil discoveries.
It's just like this quarry has. 5L, thank you for the follow, and Caramel Cookie 420, thank you for the follow as well. It's good to have you. This is a crisis. A southern Utah city is set to build a power station on top of a premier dinosaur fossil site. St. George area, a paleontological jackpot and one of North America's top Jurassic period track sites. True. I don't think I'm going to be in this photo because I think this was from a few days before I showed up that the news crew was here. But yeah. St. George, Utah. Buried as they are in the past, scientists and researchers excavating ancient fossils, bones, and footprints from a 1-acre quarry just north of St. George's Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum are anxious about the future. In May, excavation on the site, rich with early Jurassic period finds, must end, so construction of a new electric power substation can begin on the city-owned land across the street from the museum on 2180 East Riverside Drive. This is a crisis, said Jim Kirkland. That's Papa Jim right there. State paleontologist from the Utah Geological Survey. And one of my jobs is to attract attention to this so we can save as much of it as we can. Fossils on the site, including the area slated for the substation, date back roughly 200 million years to the beginning of the Jurassic period, which followed a mass extinction event in the Triassic period that destroyed about 75% of life on Earth and ushered in the age of the dinosaur. I feel like I've been a broken record this week just saying this again and again. 200 million years ago, this is the beginning of the age of dinosaurs. It's incredibly important. So it's really cool to see this in a mainstream news article. And Andrew today, when I called him on the phone...
dinosaur?
Chochi, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Andrew was saying that to the extent that articles in the Salt Lake Tribune go viral, this one went viral. This one has been shared really widely, and they're doing a follow-up article. So they set down another journalist today to talk about this and to interview people and take photos and all of that. So hopefully, fingers crossed, the site is going to be getting even more attention. There'll be more volunteers and more help, more material support for excavating these fossils before the site gets destroyed. So Andrew Milner, whom I was hanging out with all week, and he gave us our tour of the museum. Let me pull that up real quick.
Work here. Yes and yes. All right. Excellent. Well, welcome everybody. And here, it's just at a full-on sprint for the past, what, 2-3 weeks now? Something like that? Probably more?
Three weeks with pretty much digging.
This man needs a vacation.
Trying to get things organized.
Yeah.
So.
Shoot. Well, yeah, here we are at the museum, and you're getting a
VIP tour, I was saying. The Wi-Fi didn't really extend outside the building. And it was wonderful of Andrew to do this for us. Absolute VIP tour, red carpet experience.
Let's see,
this was awesome.
Disconnected right there. Let's see.
Oh, it disconnected?
No, I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Here's a link to that video.
Cool. Yeah, and Champsosaur, yes indeed. Clever, that's exactly what that is. We used to call this sort of thing like Rudiodon, but I think...
This is likely a new species of phytosaur that was found in Cameron.
Anyway.
Leveling a hill, which was approximately the height of this museum roof.
Wow.
And he was ripping down through the rock, and he got to this lower area, and this big block of sandstone fell out of the back of his truck. And he saw that footprint, and he went... his original thought was there's a dinosaur in the rock and his foot sticking out. He didn't realize that he's found the natural cast, so the sand in.
He thought it was an actual dinosaur foot sticking
He
out.
started flipping over more blocks and realizing there were tracks. He also got a heads up from his stepson, Kelly Bringhurst, who was a professor here at Utah Tech, well, formerly Utah State College. And
anywho, this is Andrew here. He's quoted in the article, and this is incredibly special to get a tour from him. He's the curator of this museum.
Kind of bugs me when you're driving by certain businesses and they're watering their lawn, and most of it's going onto the road. Kind of
talking about water use in St. George.
Place first. Kind of see
So anywho, we even got a special tour of the lab.
So you prep the sandstone off. That's the idea. Get to the...
all nice and cool. The tracks are tough because you've got to know where to stop.
Exactly. Takes a lot of expertise.
Alarm goes off. Yeah,
Okay,
there you
we're
go.
going behind the scenes here. Regulated area. Authorized personnel only. That's us today. Yeah. Very nice.
So you can see we don't have a lot of room.
Yeah.
If you look around, you can see our collection space keeps going.
They really, really need another building.
Anyway, it's the way it is.
Yeah.
One
of my big hopes is that this project right now and all the media attention that's being garnered, all of the public support, help with this as much as I can, getting the word out, that people being aware of this will lead to more funding, more resources, more material support, will help preserve these fossils, make them available for study, advance the science, and just protect these things for the future. That's my big hope for this. We'll get back to the article here. So Andrew Milner, lead paleontologist and curator of the museum, said the mass extinction paved the way for dinosaurs to become the dominant species. Well, many, many species. Dinosaurs are not one species, but yeah, the dominant several thousand species for the next 100 million years. He said that also accounts for the importance of the area, where crews have uncovered some well-preserved fossilized dinosaur tracks or footprints, among other major finds.
Thank you for all you do, Professor Mendoza. Glad to have you home.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you, Belent. I really appreciate those 47 months of support, now at Tier 3. Holy cow. I appreciate that, Belent. It's good to be home. Thanks for helping me afford gas to be able to get home through your subscription. Science streams, I really appreciate it. I hope your week is off to a good start. And Parva Novel, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. And Fedorasaur, 42 months right there. Thank you, Fedorasaur. I appreciate it.
Ontogeny.
Good stuff. That's some serious ontogeny. 42 months. You could get a decent-sized Tyrannosaur. Let it hatch. Wait 42 months. Be a decent size, that critter. Anyway, back to this. So this is one of the few known early Jurassic sites in Western North America, said Andrew Milner, who is overseeing the latest excavation. Globally, according to Kirkland and Milner, the museum and surrounding areas are viewed as an important reference point for the boundaries separating the Triassic and Jurassic periods. In fact, Jim was telling me that the boundary between the Jurassic and the Triassic might actually get revised, in part based on this site. So that is global significance right there. When we're talking about the history of life on Earth, we're talking about geological time. We've got these different time periods here. And if you want to understand the history of our planet, you have to understand the time periods like this. The Mesozoic era here is often called the Age of the Dinosaurs. It precedes the Cenozoic era, the Age of Mammals. We're up here at the very, very top, obviously. So this is the present day. It would be within those black pixels at the top of that. And the Holocene period there, which is, well, Holocene epoch, I guess. It's so short, it's the present, basically. It doesn't even show up on here. Anyway, dinosaurs, except for a handful of birds, went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. Dinosaurs ruled the Earth for the entire Cretaceous and the Jurassic too. Dinosaurs first evolved in the Triassic period, right about here, probably like the Ladinian stage, something like that. But during this time, dinosaurs were relatively small. They weren't super common in their environment. They're living in a time that's dominated by other groups of animals. Big Rawasuchian crocodile-like carnivores. The weird kind of semi-mammalian dicynodonts, the armored aedosaurs and things like that. At the very, beginning of the Mesozoic, during the Triassic period at least, dinosaurs are just a part of this assemblage. They're not yet the big dogs on the block. as this diagram shows, this is from the Esquigualasto Formation. So here's kind of a cast of characters from the beginning of, well, from like the Triassic period of Argentina, South America. This guy is probably a dinosaur. This guy's probably a dinosaur too. We're still kind of figuring that out. Eoraptor is a dinosaur. Panphagia is probably a dinosaur. All the rest of these guys, not dinosaurs. The biggest animals around, the big Dicynodonts and the Rawasuchians, these are not dinosaurs. Dinosaurs were, you know, they played kind of a bit part in this ecosystem. Thank you, Nelf. I appreciate that very much. Gifting Scully Red Hawk. Good stuff. Ken, good to see you. Welcome, welcome, Paleo Ken. I hope you're having a good week so far. I'm just getting the idea across that at the beginning of the age of dinosaurs, dinosaurs were kind of a side character, you know? They weren't a big deal yet. It wasn't until this event right here, the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event. Oh, here we go. That'll work.
To the global and serious game of paleontology.
And Question of the Bud, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay. So this is a diagram earlier to later. So from the present time all the way back to the Cambrian. These spikes right here on the graph are mass extinction events. So this, the y-axis there is extinction occurrences, the x-axis is time. So the end Triassic extinction is considered one of the big 5 mass extinctions in Earth history. One of the big 5 times that like a ton of different critters died out. And so it was during this time that almost all of these guys went extinct except for dinosaurs. So the armored aedosaurs, the phytosaurs, the Rawasuchians, the Dicynodonts, these rhynchosaurs, critters like that, they all get wiped out. And suddenly, it's the dinosaurs' time to shine. So globally, according to Kirkland and Milner, the museum and surrounding areas are viewed as an important reference point for the boundaries separating the Triassic and Jurassic periods, and are regarded as the 2nd most important track site in the United States and the 18th most important in North America. I just on like a semi-serious note here, not to be melodramatic here, but if we want to understand the history of life on Earth and we want to understand mass extinction events, if we want to help avoid extinction for ourselves as human beings, you got to understand the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event, and the end Permian extinction event, and the end Cretaceous, and all these other ones. Like, this is not some arcane academic exercise. This is not something that we do just for kicks and giggles. If we really want to have a sense for why huge extinction events occur, you got to study these things. This is, to a certain extent, a matter of personal survival. We as human beings have an incredible gift in that we can look into the past through paleontology and figure out what happened before us. You know the phrase hindsight is 20/20? If we're not doing paleontology, we don't have that hindsight. We don't have that 20/20 vision.
But fossil science can give that to us. It can allow us to understand what causes these mass die-offs. And that can help protect our own species and the species around us. That's one of the reasons why this fossil site is so incredibly important, is that it could help provide a key to avoid extinction for ourselves someday. Hope that makes sense. I hope it's not too melodramatic, but like this is important, you know? So yeah. Catch up the chat and see if we've got any questions. Not the Dicynodonts. Yeah, Copernicus cat. It disappeared. Here. Dicynodonts are, well, I'll show you a depiction of some from, Walking with Dinosaurs from 1999. Let's find our travel last Sirius. Part 2. Yeah, I think this should help. I'm gonna play this. If you're watching on the VOD or later on YouTube, there will be no audio for this section for the video. I do this because YouTube is gonna flag it. If I do, if we have the audio, also the image will be flipped. So bear with us for that. But all of you watching live, the image will still be flipped, but at least you'll be able to hear it. So Arizona, 220 million years BC. I don't know why it says BC. It might as well be, what's 2,000 years between friends, especially when we're talking on this time scale. But anyway. That theme tune, yeah. Salamander. Oh, so during this time, by the way, this is what our planet looked like around this time. One massive supercontinent on this side, and one massive superocean on the other side. So, Panthalassa, all ocean, Pangea, all Earth. And we are right here. In this ancient desert right there. But yeah, all the continents were stuck together at this time. So again, this is during the Triassic period. This is a little bit before the rocks that we were digging in, the stuff in St. George. This is the world before that extinction event. The world is not yet ruled by dinosaurs. It's ruled by weird creatures like Dicynodonts and Rawasuchians and Aedosaurs and things like that. Phytosaurs, too. Yeah. So dinosaurs are kind of a new evolutionary invention at this time. They diverged and they're starting to spread. But it wouldn't be until that extinction event that clinches it. And they seize power after that. Hey, Paranoid Android, welcome, welcome. Oh, and this is beautiful. I kind of forgot about this, but when we're talking about these dinosaurs in St. George, what they're eating, what's drawing them to this ancient lake, that comports beautifully with what you see right here. Take a look. Full killing. Watch out, lungfish. Bow! Didn't stand a chance. R.I.P. that lungfish. Isn't that a great design, Salamander? Yeah. Anywho, dinosaurs start off as being a minor component in these ecosystems. So these guys absolutely are not dinosaurs. I want to make that very, very, very clear. These guys are much more closely related to you and me. So these are dicynodonts. So they're a kind of synapsid. So on the big split that happens between reptiles and mammals happens during what, like Carboniferous. So just about as soon as amniotes evolve, they split into synapsids, the mammal branch, and sauropsids, the reptile branch. These guys, Placerius, are on the mammal branch, so they're much more closely related to you and me. Let's find that split on our tree of life here. Nope, no, not a tour. Hang on. That's not what I wanted to do. Mammals. There we go. So, here we've got amniotes. Amniotes are animals that they lay eggs or give birth on land. They don't have the squishy jelly-like eggs that their ancestors did. These are creatures that they either lay hard-shelled eggs or leathery eggs, or they give birth to live young. But the thing is, they can survive and reproduce on dry land. They're not tied to the oceans, or to ponds or lakes or streams like amphibians are, like their amphibian ancestors. They've taken that next step. They are fully adapted to life on land. They could survive in, say, a sandstorm, in a dry environment, and they can have their babies there. They don't have those squishy, jellied eggs that amphibians do that require them to be kind of tied to the water for reproduction. These guys have got their water internally inside the eggs. So, yeah. Anyway, what's this song called, chat? So anyway, about 320 million years ago, we've got a split between the synapsids, mammals, and the sauropsids, reptiles. So the mammal branch over here is where our Placerius are. Does that make sense? Nope. They're not reptiles. That part of the narration is wrong. They never were reptiles. They're part of the synapsid branch. I really, really wish that they would change that. That they would have... Anyway, that's like a straight-up error in the script. But, it is an oversimplification, yeah. Not even that. It's... And was it correct when this was made? Maybe kind of well-rounded. This is a little bit outside my realm of expertise. Again, because I work on dinosaurs, that's what I publish on. I should talk to somebody who works on dicynodonts, or frankly mammals for that matter, and ask them, hey, in the 90s, was the term mammal-like reptile still actually correct? But I don't think it was. And you know what? I've got textual evidence for this. Here. Let's grab Michael Novacek's book, Time Traveler, here. It's just excellent book. Highly recommend. This is basically the autobiography of a paleontologist of his life in the field. And
here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Neverwinter, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you for the Prime there. Appreciate that very much, Neverwinter. Thank you, thank you. And look, I think that actually helped us here. We're now at 3 out of 250 new sub points for the week. We'll see if we can get to that goal, because it definitely cost me some money to go out there to Utah. And I'm going to be doing that again soon. Meeting this goal will help me be able to afford that. But I remember in this book, which was published in 2001, 2002, let's check. Yeah. Here we go. Copyright 2002 by Michael Novacek. Even back then, Michael Novacek, he kind of decries the idea of mammal-like reptiles. He inverts the term. He says reptile-like mammal instead. Let me see if I can find that in the index. Otherwise, you'll have to just trust me on it. Mammals. I don't know if we're going to be able to find it. Maybe Dimetrodon. It might be under Dimetrodon. Let's see, 36 to 40. I think it was pretty early on. Just a minute here.
In the time of the dinosaur, this was a subtropical delta.
Erg67.
Home of the big plant eaters.
Thank you.
And of the monsters who chased them.
For the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that, Erg. Thank you, thank you.
ERG67 really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you for that, Erg. You were helping us get to that goal. Thank you kindly. We're at 9 now out of 250. Got till Thursday evening to try and get to that. You're helping us. I appreciate that, Erg. And there's 5 very lucky chatters who won't have to watch any ads on here for the next month. Thanks to you. I appreciate your support. Here, I found Dimetrodon here in the book, and I'm trying to see if they have that here.
At that time, the land of the planet was clumped together in one
here it is.
Supercontinent.
Yes.
Dinosaurs
Miss K's.
occupied every corner of that world.
4 months of support. I appreciate it, Miss K's. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. I appreciate you. Yeah. So here, Michael Novacek is describing, it's talking about this animal called Dimetrodon. There we go. Find you a decent image of it. That's pretty darn good right there. Dimetrodon right here. Not a dinosaur. This is from long before the dinosaurs evolved. So it is absolutely not a dinosaur. Oh, that's a beautiful little bronze. What is this? It's not a dinosaur, though. That is wrong. $225. I can't afford that.
Anywho, lovely animal, Dimetrodon. Yeah. So Dimetrodon is a dramatic animal, Novacek writes, but it isn't a dinosaur. The Permian period, which is before the Triassic, this little Walking with Dinosaurs clip we've been watching is the Triassic period. Triassic is before the Jurassic, but before the Triassic is the Permian. So the Permian hosted many interesting beasts, but these died out at least 50 million years before dinosaurs appeared in the next time interval, the Triassic period. As odd as it may seem, Dimetrodon and other less gnarly finbacks, like the plant eater Edaphosaurus. Here, Edaphosaurus. Yeah, Edaphosaurus. There's a lovely one. They're more closely related to us than to dinosaurs. They were an early offshoot of the big branch called synapsids, characterized by the presence of a large opening for the jaw musculature near the back of the skull. Synapsids are a long chain of relatives that includes species leading up to mammals. Accordingly, synapsids were traditionally and colloquially known as mammal-like reptiles. But this is a bad name because our best estimate of their relationship among land vertebrates suggests that mammals and their ancient synapsid relatives are found in an isolated branch outside of the group that contains turtles, lizards, snakes, crocodiles, and dinosaurs, including birds. In the last few years, it has become acceptable to call the latter group reptiles, and thus Dimetrodon and other extinct synapsids might be better known as reptile-like mammals rather than mammal-like reptiles. He inverts it, and I like that a lot better. They might superficially look like reptiles, but even that, I think, is tenuous. You know? Yeah. For these reasons, Dimetrodon and kin are important to some key questions about the anatomy and evolution of vertebrates. Anywho, good stuff. Coelacanthus coming alive, yeah. So, the point is, this book published in 2002, Novacek was probably writing it for a year or two before that. At the time that Walking with Dinosaurs came out, they should not have still been calling these reptiles. They're not reptiles, they never were reptiles. So that is just a straight up error right there. Anywho. Anyway, so these guys are related to Dimetrodon, albeit kind of distantly. Dicynodonts. So you can see the matchup here is not exactly fair. Yep. So there you go. I like that a lot. And that's a nice little kind of lead up to what we're talking about here. So the site that I was working in St. George for the past week, the site that I'm trying to promote, gather support for, this represents that time, the transition between the Triassic and Jurassic periods. This is a huge extinction event where about 75% of critters die out. It was catastrophic, and the big winners in that are the dinosaurs. And some other groups too, but for our intents and purposes here, dinosaurs are the big winners. And so, yeah, the site that we were digging up, it's about 200 million years old. The Hatangian stage. This is what we call a recovery fauna. This is just after all these other groups go extinct. Just after the extinction. It's a new world order at the time. And it's really important to understand. So it's an important reference point for the boundary separating the Triassic and Jurassic periods that are regarded as the second most important track site in the United States. Blah, blah, blah. City officials say the new electric substation is needed to keep pace with the fast-growing population and energy demand in southern St. George. For their part, Milner and others acknowledge that the city has tried without success to find other locations for the substation. They also appreciate the city allowing workers to redistribute dirt piles on the land to expedite extracting fines on the 1-acre site. This not only simplifies the exploration process, but also highlights our commitment to supporting and preserving the area's rich archaeological heritage. Well, shoot, I think this St. George spokesperson meant paleontological heritage. Not archaeological. We're not archaeologists. Anyway. It highlights our commitment to supporting and preserving the area's rich archaeological heritage. It's... let me say this... Let me put this gently here. If you're talking about your commitment to preserving the area's heritage and how important that is to you, at least, you know, at least get the name right. You know? Doesn't make me feel great to say, oh yeah, this is very important to us. And then you get the name wrong. Yeah. You know what it reminds me of? Yeah. Reminds me of this.
Well, I'd better get you home. What's the matter?
I've spent every night of
Oh, so just as a bit of context here, in this episode, yeah, Homer Simpson joins the Bigger Brothers program, so like, you know, kind of mentoring underprivileged youth. Anywho, so this kid comes from like a bad part of town, and Homer's supposed to be, you know, being like a male role model for him, and he doesn't do a very good job. Peppy, exactly, Neverwinter. Yeah, Peppy.
Get you home. What's the matter?
I've spent every night of my life in the city. I have never seen the stars. Tell me more. I want to know all the constellations.
Well, there's Jerry the cowboy, and that Big Dipper looking thing, Alan the cowboy.
Oh, Papa Homer, you are so learned.
Learned, son. It's pronounced learned.
I love you, Papa Homer.
I love you too, Pepsi.
Peppy.
Peppy. Well,
Hey, you get the idea. I love you too, Pepsi. You know, archaeology is very important to us. Let's just say that that's a bit of an own goal there. I think that kind of says a lot. Oh yeah, we care very, very much for the region's archaeological heritage. Don't you mean paleontological heritage? Ooh, Anyway, yeah. Yeah, and this is a good article. Fueled by anxiety, buoyed by hope. Despite the limited window for excavation on the substation land, Milner and others are hopeful more discoveries will surface as the crews, most of them volunteers, race against the clock to locate and crate off as many fossil and other remains as they can find. These hopes are buoyed by scores of volunteers flocking to the site from universities in Utah, Idaho, Montana, Texas, and as far away as England. Also pitching in are scientists from the San Diego Natural History Museum and Badlands National Park, among others. And of course, from here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Me here, joining the crew for the past week. Very happy to represent the Bay Area here. Thus far, volunteers have found 3 dinosaur teeth. Make that 4 as of Saturday afternoon. That Milner said are worn down from the chewing on the armored-like skin of semi-anodid and other fishes and prehistoric Lake Whitmore. They've also uncovered fossils, bones, traces of 2 possible new fish species, and ancient plants. All told, Milner said more than 6,000 dinosaur footprints have discovered in this area, surrounding the museum, which was built 5 years after local optometrist Sheldon Johnson discovered ancient reptile tracks while leveling a hill in his alfalfa field in 2000. Today, St. George owns the museum and its collections. The nonprofit Dinosaur Auditorium Foundation operates the facility, which attracts 50,000 visitors a year. Anyway, good article here. And the Salt Lake Tribune. This is, of course, an article from the Salt Lake Tribune here. They apparently sent some other journalists out just today to help, to continue this story, because this has been one of their most shared stories all week. Apparently this was like their #1 story recently. But yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. And, oh boy, these comments are... Yeah, I'm not gonna look at those. Do we dare read the comments? No, not today. Most of them are just off topic. It's like... Yeah. People calling various politicians dinosaurs, which I find mystifying and it's really dumb. What? Like, do you not understand what dinosaurs were? And what they are? Birds today? So we're not even going to get into that. Anywho. And we had a question here from, and Homer and Bart's big brother get into an epic fight at an aquarium. Yes, indeed, Geek Store. It's a good episode. Was it called Brother from the Same Planet, I think? Yeah. You two love Pepsi, Squiggles. Lord Powder. I hope you're still here. Let me answer your question. Oh, what's your favorite dinosaur and why is it an Anky? An Ankylosaur? Some of my favorite dinosaurs are ankylosaurs, for sure. Yeah. I was actually involved with the excavation of a brand new species of ankylosaur back in 2017. Let me find you a clip. Here we go. Should be on this playlist here.
Powered by the Montana Television.
For the past 35 years, one section of their land has produced more than a dozen dinosaur skeletons. MTN's Josh Mitty takes us to their latest dig.
We're at Kennedy Coulee, about 26 miles directly north of Rudyard and 2.5 miles south of the Canadian border, where 5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
Yes, indeed, an ankylosaur.
Husband.
Anyway, Liz and Denver, whom I stayed with last month in North Dakota.
Paleontologists Liz and Denver were taking students on a field trip in the Coulee 2 years ago when they spotted armored plates sticking out of the hillside. They came back 2 weeks ago to see what they could dig up.
We didn't know before we started digging how complete this dinosaur was going to be.
There's me right there.
But we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
You can see the bottom of it down here, and then the mid shaft is quite nice and solid here, and then it widens out to the joint.
Paleontologists say this armored dinosaur...
Yeah, there's my sketch that I did really quickly to try and show more or less what this animal might look like. I did not have a reference for this. I did not have sketch pencils. I had a fountain pen and a lined notebook, and this is what we came up with. So, yeah, better than nothing.
The dinosaur skeleton is 79 million years old, and that skeletons of dinosaurs from this unique time period keep popping up.
Over the last 10 or so years that I've been digging here, we've found some really great fossils, and many of them are new species because of the exact age of the
Chomsky,
rocks
I
where we are
appreciate
right
that.
now.
I like your
A
name.
local high school science teacher explored
There's
the
me.
coulee about 35 years ago and told the Reddings they were sitting on a dinosaur boneyard.
Yeah, good stuff. Anyhow. Yeah. There's been some delays in publishing that. I'm not sure if it's going to happen anytime soon. Liz and Denver have got so many other projects to work on, including a dinosaur that I discovered in 2012. Hopefully that gets published first. But, anyhow. Oh, and holy cow, I was just looking on Blue Sky here. Andrew Milner, curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, is on Blue Sky. I had no idea. Lenina, thank you for tagging him in that post. There is a link right there. If anybody else wants to follow Andrew. Yeah. Andrew, I can relate. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, it was really nice to get to know Andrew during this whole trip. And Lord Powder says, I'm South African, that fish looks familiar. Oh, we'll be talking about this in a couple minutes, Lord Powder. We'll be talking about this in a few minutes. We've got a huge, like a 3-foot new fish that Andrew was just telling me about on the phone today. Since I left, they uncovered this, and there's a good chance it's a coelacanth like this. They've already got other coelacanth remains from the site. They don't yet have a name for that particular genus and species of coelacanth, so cross your fingers that's what the new big fish turns out to be. And, yeah. But first, let me just tell you a quick story. My last night in the field... This was, what, Friday night? Yeah. Josh and his crew all left, and so it was just me and Andrew there in the field. This is what our camp looks like, or this is his tent right there. The sunset was really pretty that night. So I'm standing in front of my tent taking a picture. This is what our camp looked like. There's, This is the next morning when I'm, packing up my tent and everything. That was the campfire, the water jug. It was just us. We went out for dinner, we got some Panda Express, went back to camp. We started gathering wood and brush for a fire. Then we realized, oh man, we don't have an obvious means to start this fire. Andrew's like, oh yeah, I've got some lighters and stuff in my car. He looked around, he couldn't find them. I don't carry lighters around. I thought I maybe had some matches somewhere in my field gear. I didn't. So we have a whole fire ring, we've got wood stacked up, we've got brush for kindling. How do we start this fire? So it almost sounds like the beginning of a joke, like how many paleontologists does it take to start a fire, campfire? Luckily, we were able to figure it out. I went into my field bag and I found a flint and some steel. And so I had the means to generate some sparks. I'd never actually started a fire with a flint and steel before, but I'm like, hey, I can do this. We're scientists, we can figure it out. And so we've got all that dry brush right there, and I'm, making some sparks, and it's just not catching. I didn't realize how difficult that would be. And so I think, okay, what have we got around here that's flammable? I go and grab some Bacardi. So I've got some rum. I pour it on there, and I'm sparking and sparking and sparking, and nothing. And And then Andrew says, I'm going to go look around in my vehicle again. See if I find anything useful. And he comes back with a bottle of Vinac. Or it might have been B72. Whatever the chemical composition, it's glue that we put on fossils in the field. And the stuff is, it's a plastic compound that gets dissolved in acetone. Acetone, very flammable. So we pour some of that on the tinder there, on the kindling. And it was like 1, 2, 3 strikes of the flint and steel, and the thing goes up. And we were cooking. So, yeah. It all worked out. I'm really glad I had that flint and steel. I bought that years ago, and I've had it in my field bag ever since. Just like, in a survival situation, I'm gonna need this, I bet. And it worked out. So, pretty proud of that. Yeah. There goes the eyebrows. No, see, Magic Man, they are still here. Look at those. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, too bad Ahmad wasn't present. There you go, Lenina, yeah. Yes. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah, we had a nice night, just the two of us sitting around the campfire, just talking about career stuff, talking about science. And kind of recovering from the previous night, which was the big party night. It was kind of a rough morning after that, but yeah, everybody had a lot of fun. That's when the whole Texas crew was there, and Josh Lively, and Whitney, and Kiri, and that was great. Really glad I got to be there for that. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah. Before we get to coelacanth stuff, because we will get to some coelacanth stuff, and we'll take a look at that book, too, that I got about all the St. George things. I wanted to talk about something else. What was it? It's escaping my mind right now. But Tone Rebellion's got a question. I heard about Professor Primula's portfolio of paleontology. Oh, very cool. I've not... Well, maybe I've heard rumors about that, Tone Rebellion, but I don't think I've heard the title yet. That's interesting. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, party night, that explains the Bacardi. It does. I brought 2 bottles. Bacardi White, Bacardi Gold. Not a sponsored stream. But, you know, you gotta bring something. When somebody lets you join their camp for free and lets you stay there with them, like, you've got to bring some sort of a camp warming gift, you know? So I brought Bacardi for that. It's nice. Yeah. Neverwinter says, none of you were Boy Scouts? You know, I don't know if Andrew was ever a Boy Scout, but he did spend... that man has spent so many of his nights in tents, just out in the wilderness over the course of his career, and it's kind of amazing what Andrew has worked on. Yeah, this is Andrew right here.
This is all material we've collected from across the street the last 2 weeks. Well, not everything. We also have...
So
and we can see that on multiple...
He spent so much of his life out working on different fossil sites. He grew up in Canada. So working at the Burgess Shale, one of the most important and famous fossil sites in the world. Working all over Utah, other parts of the US, different parts of Canada. Andrew has done a tremendous amount of field work over his life, and he's like, I'm really embarrassed. I thought I had like 6 different lighters in my car right now. We weren't thinking. There's so many different things that he's got to keep track of right now. Yeah. Worst case scenario, one of us would have driven back to town and bought a lighter at the gas station. But we didn't have to do that. Because he had Vinac, and I had a flint and some steel. Oh yeah. And paracord bracelet with flint on it is real handy. Yeah. Hell Halle Berry. Yes, indeed. I had a paracord bracelet, and I had a flint and steel, but they're not. It was not a package deal. Anyhow, yeah. What were you gonna talk about? Oh, first, let me just show you this book real quick. I was trying to get hold of this before I went out there to St. George, and I couldn't find it anywhere online with really quick shipping. So I was lucky to be able to get this at the gift shop there. There we go. Tracks in Deep Time. St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site at Johnson Farm. And I even got it signed by Andrew right there. A.R.C. Milner. Do you guys remember the story about this? Let's see if I can find that. Here we go. This is when I was talking with Andrew. Getting that signed.
Pretty good. It's still morning, right?
It is, yeah. Yeah, thankfully, for the next 10 minutes.
And that's where most of the bone is.
It's almost lunch?
It's almost noon. Yeah.
And some of the most important stuff is small. So don't expect.
And he did keep getting mistaken for other Milners.
It's good enough for me. Yeah.
And you
I had him sign this this postcard too.
Yeah, sure.
So this was a postcard. I think there was like a deviant art artist who produced this, but there's a young Andrew Milner there wearing his hockey jersey. I think he talks here about how, unfortunately, they didn't want to put the actual logo on it.
Where? Anywhere?
Anywhere.
There's a storm event of some sort. It's Big Lake. What does it turns over the mud.
Appreciate it, Andrew.
You know, C is not really in my name.
I've heard that you put it in there so you wouldn't get mixed up with Angela Milner?
No, with Andrew Robert Milner.
Andrew Robert Milner.
Andrew Robert Milner, also from South Yorkshire. So we were always getting emails and mail for each other and getting confused. Like, Andrew was getting a little bit tired of like, oh, so you work on dinosaur tracks too? It's like, no, that's that Canadian guy. Anyway, so I decided to add C to my name, so Canadian.
There you go, that's what I've heard, yeah.
So Andrew Robert Canadian. And
I was being a little buggy.
of course, Angela
Milner, that's who we were talking about here too. So it's so funny. Andrew Milner works on dinosaurs catching fishes. You know, we can see that from their trackways and everything. Angela Milner is one of the describers of baryonyx. There we go.
Had a good go at gluing it together anyway.
Yes, it has been.
This is not her.
I think that at this stage it is rather a nice specimen. I won't take it in through the normal procedure. I'll telephone Dr. Milner to come and have a look at it.
Different Dr. Milner.
Hello, Angela, it's Laura here. I've got Trevor in. He's brought rather a nice specimen in. I think it's a dinosaur. Would you like to come and have a look?
After
there she is.
Brought the claw into me, and we discussed how interesting a find it was, particularly because it was a very rare event to find any remains of a carnivorous dinosaur in this country. I mean, it's a rare find, even to find a small fragment. I asked him if he would go home and ask Bill Walker if he would be willing to show us where he found the specimen.
So she was one of Alan Sherrick's students, I think.
This is a theropod without any shadow of a doubt, because it has one seemingly rather trivial but unique feature, which is an absolute giveaway. And that is that on the vertebrae in the neck region, only in the neck region, on this process here, you have this little ridge, which is called an epipophysis. And no other animal, except theropods, have that.
And in fact, the little ridge ends up in a big cap of bone, which runs behind the posterior zygapophysis.
That really is a huge skull, Angela, and it must be about 1 meter long, isn't it?
Yeah, look at that. So anyway, Angela Milner involved with baryonyx, one of the original descriptors. It was Cherrigan Milner, 1983, I think was the original description of baryonyx. So, as a kid growing up, reading about Cherrigan Milner, and then reading about Andrew Milner, and like, I somehow got the idea into my head that Angela Milner was the mother of Andrew Milner. Completely wrong. And I think I even mentioned this to Andrew here. Oh, wrong button. Sorry.
Shoot, you are her son, right?
No, really funny. Hans Dieter.
Anyway, yeah, a Paleo dynasty. There you go, Lydia. Yeah. And baryonyx was named 1986. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Okay, 86 was the original description, and then it was what, 90? Is that right? 86? Was 86 not the big monograph? Let's look this up real quick. Baryonyx. This lovely dinosaur here. Cherrigan Milner, 1986. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. So so it's 86 was the original description, very short description in the journal Nature, and then 97 was there we go. This is their big monograph. So, not the original descriptive paper, but the big comprehensive paper describing the animal in detail was 97. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, one of the things that we were looking for as we excavated this site were these really important fossil fishes. And one of them is a coelacanth. I think it was... And thank you, LECR1. I appreciate that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Here, at one point, Gianna ran up to us and said hello. Where is this? Right here.
So far, we've raised over $10,000.
Here she comes.
To help with this. I'm agog at the level of support. Thank you, dear viewers, for that. It's pretty incredible. What time is it there? It's 11. And hello, everybody. Hey there, how's it going?
Good, Gianna. I'm David's granddaughter.
Oh, very cool. Yeah.
So this is the real Paleo dynasty. Andrew Milner might not be the son of Angela Milner, but Gianna Slough is the daughter of Dustin Slough, who is the son of David Slough. 3 generations of rockhounds in the quarry. Pretty awesome.
I've been looking forward all week to meeting you.
Well, I really appreciate that. Can I shake your hand?
Yeah.
Danny, great to meet you. Thanks for coming up and saying hello.
Yeah.
We just started the broadcast right now, so we've only got about 80 or 90 people watching, but it'll kick up there. And yeah. So David Slough is your grandfather? Slough. That man is a legend. I hope you know that.
I know.
Andrew and I were talking in camp about him last night. He's found some really cool stuff. Yeah. So.
And she ended up finding some really cool stuff, too. In fact, she even found something in the middle of the stream in real time. Here's her granddad here, David Slough.
Mm-hmm. But then when you have it in the same horizon,
and
it was mostly dominated by these.
Very cool. Let's find where she had her discovery. It was about here, I think. I think I skipped it.
Okay, thanks.
There we go.
Oh, cool. Got.
I'll pull it from right here.
Uh-huh.
Brush broom, and clean it up. Look at the size of that one.
The brush brooms are.
What do we got here, Andrew?
It's probably...
This is a bit of a coelacanth, probably.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big one, can't that?
I don't know. Also, we need some glue. Hit that with some glue.
John found that?
Melly Alonin says, is there interpersonal drama in the paleontologizing world? The paleontologizing world? Paleontologizing is my word. That's the name of this channel. The paleontological world? You mean like the world of paleontology? Yeah, there's some interpersonal drama there. There always is. Anytime you've got a group of people together, especially when they're competing for limited resources. But we all got along very well at the site, which is it's nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Are we okay at also jacking up the big guy?
Oh, that
cool.
big one? I want to get rock river.
Finds being made in real time.
Yeah. Shout out to Gianna. She's doing some awesome work.
Okay, thanks.
I think she's got a bright future ahead of her in
Yeah,
fossil discovery if she cares to continue with it. Good stuff. So this critter is
blob that we've got right here.
very likely the bit of a coelacanth.
Part of probably a fish skull.
What, a perculum or something?
Take a look at that. So Andrew said maybe the
A perculum. I'm sorry,
one
it
of the
kept
larger
cutting
bones
out.
from near the back of the skull. It's right up by the. I'm not a fish specialist, so forgive me if I got that wrong.
I want to see what you're.
Part of a.
And she did also find a tooth, I think, Dan. Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Shiny and then all the red around.
Could be from a coelacanth. It certainly looks like it's big enough to be one of these coelacanths.
Yeah.
Darn neat.
Between this and that tooth you found the other day, you're starting to look like a Lucky Charm kid.
I'm shocked.
That's her dad. Yeah.
Nicely done.
Magnet.
Very cool.
Pretty cool.
Anyway, coelacanths. These critters right here, you might be wondering why these animals are so special, so important. I'm going to play for you a video that we, that we look at on Fishmas every year. The story of the coelacanth. This is an incredible little video. You're really going to like the animation style, I think. We'll take a look at it. We'll talk about why these critters are so special. I'll be right back.
You have this fish it's like a sort of living time machine.
It was like looking at a dinosaur. This creature that has been around for 400 million years.
It was December the 22nd, 1938. On this hot December day in East London, South Africa, a trawler came into town and deposited its load of fish, and the trawler captain had a habit of keeping any odd-looking, interesting specimens and giving them to the curator of the local museum, Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
She loved nature so much, and she wanted to make the museum's collections the best they possibly could be. And so she went down to the harbour side. She describes picking through this big pile of slimy fish and eels, and then suddenly she saw poking up this sort of strange blue fin.
It's a very distinctive kind of fish with strange fleshy limb-like fins. This thing was like nothing she had ever seen.
She said to the chairman of the museum, I think this is something really special. He went, oh no, little Latimer, it's just a rock cod.
He was so wrong. Holy cow. It was so much more important. And she knew it. Somehow she knew it. Marjorie Courtney Latimer. She knew it.
But she knew in her gut that it was something different. She thought, well, I've got to find a way to preserve it. So she set off on Christmas Eve in East London.
She tried to get the local cold storage company to take care of it.
They said, oh, no way, go away.
She tried to get a local mortuary to embalm it.
They said, oh, we can't have any stinking fish here.
Oh. Hang on a minute. We've got a Mini Pie appearance here. Mini Pie, how are you doing? Well, you need some brushing. My goodness. Look at you. Has nobody brushed you for the past week? Well, how are you doing? Have you not gotten any treats for the past week too? Well, we're gonna have to correct that, huh? This is one of my landlords, if you happen to be new here. This is Mini Pie. How you doing, Minnie? Did you miss me? Did you miss me? Yeah? Aw. Alright, let's get you some treats. Here, we'll first fire up our cat cam here. There we go. Oh, what could this be? What could that be? Well. Look at all those. Look at those treats. Oh, did you miss those? Yeah, there you go. Nell wants to ask, what was the atmosphere like on site when digging wrapped up for the day? You know, kind of typical lower troposphere composition, mostly nitrogen. I think about 18 to 21% oxygen. Very breathable, you know? No, I know what you mean now. It was good. It was good. People would start to leave around 5 p.m. You know, volunteers would take off for the day to go get dinner or go home. I would usually stay pretty late just to till everything was packed up. And then I would either follow other people back to camp or I would go off and get some food for myself, that kind of thing. But yeah, spirits were high. People were a little bit tired at the end of the day, out there in the sun all day, but yeah, I'd say morale was pretty good. Some people are definitely starting to feel a little bit worn out after going full tilt for 3 weeks. But yeah, things are pretty good overall. Oh, look at those. Yeah, you can eat those? Yeah. And Ms. Art Rule says, did anyone find any ammonites? No, ammonites are mostly like a marine thing. And most of the aquatic critters we were finding are from saltwater environments, Ms. Art Rules. By the way, Ms. Art Rules, I've got this from you here, from the P.O. Box. We'll open this up later when we're done with our coelacanth video. Yeah. And Kestrel Cholesterol says, I absolutely adore your channel. Paleo Digs, Black Cats, good vibes, and an awesome host. Lovely stuff. Kestrel, thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate that. Let me amend that. We really appreciate that, don't we, Mini Pie? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. Thank you, thank you. And for a first-time message, that's a golden one. Thank you, Kestrel. I like your name, by the way. Kestrels are very cool birds. What are you doing? You don't want that last one?
Lordy and their 17 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur terror.
Well, 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 Lordy! Raiding in right now. Lordy, how are you and how is your stream? It is wonderful to have you here. Lordy, thank you, thank you. I hope it was real good. Hi to you, Lordy. Mini Pie says hello also. Don't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. And you ate all your treats. Good for you, Minnie. Good for you. Yeah. This is Mini Pie right here. You can tell because she doesn't have that white spot on her chest. Look, it's all black. It's all black. Yeah, good stuff. You're even more invisible at night, huh? Huh. Yeah. Moon Pie's got some cream filling. She's got a white spot on her chest right here. Mini Pie doesn't. They also have different shaped snouts. Mini Pie's got a longer snoot. Moon Pie is like truncated. She's got that brachyrostron condition going, if you know what I mean. I've been hoping for a Moon Pie sighting. Yeah, now that we've got Moon Pie emotes, we can spam those when Moon Pie shows up on stream, but she hasn't been yet. We do have mini emotes, though. Those yum emotes, huh? Yeah. Oh, is that good? You like that? Yeah. Anywho, let's go back a bit in our video and continue a little bit before where we left off, in case anybody new just came in along with Lordy's raid. Thank you again, Lordy.
The 22nd, 1938. On this hot December day in East London, South Africa, a trawler came into town.
Oh, and the reason why it would be a hot day, why a few days before Christmas would be a hot day in South Africa, is that South Africa obviously is in the southern hemisphere. So December is the middle of summer in the southern hemisphere. You know, it's summer in the north, winter in the south. You know how it goes. And is that Moon Pie right there? Hello, hello, Moon Pie. My goodness. We've got two cats on stream at the same time. Moon Pie, how are you doing? Hello, hello. See, chat, now you can see. They're not the same. My goodness, Moon Pie. How are you? Yeah. See, Moon Pie's got that cream filling right there. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. And that is indeed a cat trick there. Beautiful. We have got all three cats in one stream, huh, Moon Pie? Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff, Moon Pie. Did her fur grow back? It's starting to. In fact, yeah, it's coming in really nicely. Your little shaved bracelet isn't really there anymore. Oh, look at her. They're jostling that coelacanth. Yeah, there we go. Good stuff. Oh. You so rarely show up to stream, Moon Pie. The thing is, she doesn't like treats. So it's very difficult to, like, bribe her to appear on stream. She's not into treats. Oh, and there she goes. Thanks for joining us, Moon Pie. I appreciate that. Yeah, and also shout out to Ios for physically carrying Moon Pie over. She must have been watching the stream. Thank you, Ios. I appreciate that. Got a chance to use our Moon Pie emotes. Beautiful. Good stuff. Have you tried a dish or a bowl? Not yet, Dan the BC Man. I need to do that. I need to have a bowl, like, just here at my desk at all times.
Living dinosaur.
Flying Champ, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Horse cat trick. You know, it counts. Thank you, Ios.
I'm interested in your island. It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
And thank you, Catherine Shepard, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So now you've seen all three of the cats who live here. My three landlords, you've seen them on stream now. All in the course of one stream. That's a cat trick. How many cat tricks have we had so far? 3 cats, 1 stream? It can't be very many. Just 19? Well, well, well. Excellent. Yeah. A rare occurrence there. A rare occurrence. Oh, before we get back to our coelacanth video, I don't want to forget to mention this. This is the thing I was trying to think of earlier. We need more clips on this channel. I realize that generating clips is not something that I, really aim for all the time, and it's not something that I emphasize to you, good, gentle, and kind viewers. But it's something that we need. And so I've decided I'm going to start a new thing in order to encourage the creation of more clips, people clipping things. We're going to have an official clip of the week. Or clip of the day, even, if we can get to that point. But if we've got, for any given stream, I'm going to be going through the clips live on stream, people clipped from the previous stream. We'll be picking the best one. And then we can use those clips for our clips reel as like an opener for the stream. And also, we might even start posting them to social media, especially like to TikTok. Because I know that's a way to potentially bring new people in. So, with that said, let's take a look at our clips from this past week. Our clips from... Oh, don't do that. Okay, we're going to mute this. And clips. Top clips, past 7 days. I already looked at these, and I already grabbed the best one and put it into our clips reel. But here we go right here.
All right. Behold a skilled heavy equipment operator scooping...
And hey, Jim, how you doing?
Multi-100-pound slab containing some dinosaur footprints.
I think this is the day before you got here, Jim.
Makes it look easy. Yeah.
This would have been Wednesday night, actually, I think. Wednesday afternoon. How's that for ASMR? Ow. All right. Here is a link to that clip. Share, copy link. There you go right there. And big thank you to Kennedy104 for clipping that. You have won our Clip of the Day contest. The first ever one, Kennedy. You won it. Well done. Good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah, our clips of the day like that, some of them are going to get put into our clips reel at to start off the streams, and some of them are going to go up on social media too. So I really want to encourage people. It's one way to help support the broadcast, even if you can't subscribe or offer financial support. Making good clips can help bring in new viewers. It makes it easier for us to share this on social media, and to that end, Claire, I want to thank you for something in just a second, now that I see you're here, Claire. First, I want to give a big shout out to Paleo Jim Kirkland in the chat here. Jim says, digging hard at SGDS, the St. George dinosaur site. St. George Discovery Site. Thanks, guys. You bet, Jim. We were here on stream the other day. We were remarking how cool it was to see you kind of holding court, talking to all those kids. Here we go.
I'm staying at Dave Martell's house, you know, so I know Dave real well. Dave,
There's Jim right there, who will be there, I think, for the next week, maybe 2 weeks.
Dave's like, you and Angela seem to get along real well. I'm personally kind of afraid.
So later on, all these kids were flocking to Jim over there. There we go. Jim was identifying things for them. I hope they had some understanding of how cool it was to be able to talk to the Utah State paleontologist.
Cool.
Lucky kids.
If these kids realize who they're talking to there.
Yeah. And that's the best science communication for kids, says Charlie's Dragon. Bring them to a dig? Absolutely. They'll remember that forever, you know?
That's fun.
Anywho, Jim, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're staying cool out there. Here it's going to get hot in St. George. I'm sure you and Jim are going to help with the shade tarps and everything. Keep everybody cool. So yeah. That'd be $25 for the autograph, kid, says Pipcat. Jim doesn't charge for autographs. I know this through experience. Yeah. Anyway, thank you again, Kennedy104, for clipping that. And Claire, I wanted to give you an extra special shout out here too. Right after I wrapped up things here,
We'll go see what she's up to. Lana_Lux.
It was like a couple minutes after this. Right after a volunteer found that theropod tooth.
My chat is not working on here. For my journey back to the Bay Area in California, it's gonna be a long drive, so I want to make sure I don't dally too long. Gotta get that started.
I wish I'd ended just 10 minutes later. We would have caught some other cool stuff. But there was a gal who walked up to me just after I'd ended the stream. She was from Salt Lake City. And she said, "It's good to meet you, Danny. You're the reason I'm here right now." I said, "What?" And she said, "Yes. I saw a clip on Reddit of you in your stream talking about this project." And I said, "What clip was that?" And she said, "It was the one with the cat." Claire, you put that together. That was you. Let me find that. Yeah. I guess somebody shared it on the local, like, Salt Lake City Reddit. And it's been making the rounds. Here, do we have it here on YouTube, or is it... Maybe it's a short. I think it's a short. Yeah, where did that go? Is it here? So the thing is, we need to get in there and excavate us. I think it's this one. Are you irate? What's going on? Are you filled with rage? Do you want to talk about it, sweetie? Sometimes it helps to talk about these things, you know? What's going on, sweetie pie? She might be upset about the state of science funding in this country. Right now, there's an emergency excavation going on in St. George, Utah, at a really, really important fossil site. So at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site, there's an incredible assemblage of different kinds of fossils. This is great editing, Claire. I love this. Like footprints, and clearly other people loved it too. Swim traces of dinosaurs swimming in an ancient lake. Resting traces of dinosaurs sitting down on the banks of this lake on the shore. And then there's traces of all kinds of other organisms living their lives there too. Bones of dinosaurs, bones of fishes, whole skeletons of fishes. the remains of all kinds of ancient invertebrates. So things like crustaceans, things like mollusks. It's this wonderful snapshot of what this environment looked like about 200 million years ago.
It's quite the story.
This is great, Claire. This is
complex,
fantastic.
too.
It's. I love that you say that it is unique. I want to really emphasize that idea to everybody watching, that this is a truly important site. And the fact that it's there within St. George city limits is pretty darn special. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about kind of the benefits to the town of St. George of having the site there.
How many towns have a major paleo site in the middle of town?
In the middle of it, that's nuts. Yeah.
I mean, you know, Jim brings up, and I agree. I've been there. La Brea Tar Pits is spectacular, and it's such a fantastic, you know, thing to have, and it brings in millions and millions of people.
I'm talking with paleontologist Andrew Milner, who runs the Dinosaur Discovery Site in St. George, Utah at Johnson Farm. We're talking about this right now because this is kind of, well, this is urgent, to be frank. There's an emergency excavation that Andrew and his crew have just started a couple days ago, and I'm hopefully going to be out there in a couple weeks to help out with this too, but we really need help with this. We need funds, we need volunteers, we need support. I think it was less than a week. Yeah. That's what I'm doing, is trying to get the word out about this as best I can. And we're talking about why this site is so scientifically important and what we can do to help. The problem is, one important part of this site is going to be destroyed soon. There's a construction project that's slated to begin. The city of St. George is building a power substation, like an electrical substation, on site. And so they're going to be bulldozing part of this, destroying I don't know how many fossils, and then making the site inaccessible because it's going to have a power station built over it. Sweetie pie, are you irate? What's going on? It's starting over the like shorts do. Claire, your hard work there. Yeah, turn the music off for a second. Your hard work there, Claire, is really paid off. There were multiple people who drove down from Salt Lake to volunteer because of that. That got shared widely on Reddit. I don't know if you put it up on Reddit or if somebody else did, but it made the rounds and it mobilized folks. So that made a big difference. Thank you, Claire. Seriously. It's a big deal. People made the 4-hour drive down from Salt Lake because of that clip. Thank you for doing that. That's some real material support there. Appreciate it, Claire. And is that the link right there, Awkward Cyborg? Oh. Here we go. Yeah. See this video from Paleontologizing explaining what's happening. Here's how to help. Yeah, this is great. Yeah. Phenomenal. Yeah. Imagine that. Reddit being used as a force for good. You love to see it. Excellent. Yeah. Crazier things have happened, says Regadactylus. Apparently. Yeah. But I would never live to see the day, says Mert. There you go. Yeah, again, thank you, Claire. I don't know, anytime that I'm working on something like this, I try to think about, like, what would be a... Maybe it sounds dumb to say it like this, but what would be a force multiplier? What would be something that I can do that's within my capabilities that'll have an outsized positive impact? That's the sort of thing that I get excited about, you know? Whether it's producing a video or something like that that can just help garner additional support. Kind of get that snowball moving in the first place. So it'll roll downhill and gather speed and gather mass as it goes. And Claire, that's exactly what you've done here. And Can we get a big collective paleo salute for Claire Burr? Let's get those going in the chat. Thank you very much, Claire. It's a big deal. We love calamari. Yes, indeed. Yeah, calamari Dunbury, right? Bulatobo? And applause. Yes. Thank you, Claire. Appreciate you. Good stuff. Yeah, and we'll be... Again, media coverage is kind of the name of the game here. We had multiple different interviews throughout the week. We had newspapers. We had somebody from local NPR radio come by. Apparently, the Salt Lake Tribune made another visit to the site today. The more media coverage this project can get, the more support we'll have. At least that's the hope. Oh, yeah. Well, we've got things like coelacanth fossils at the site that need excavating. That in and of itself would be good enough reason, I think, to really pay attention to this site. But we've got dinosaur fossils, too. We've got fossil invertebrates. We've got fossil plants. We've got body fossils. We've got trace fossils. We've got it all there. Anyway, to help illustrate why these guys are so important and cool, coelacanths, let's continue with this video. I know we keep getting distracted, so let's start back about 40 seconds in. If you haven't seen this before, you're going to love it.
It was December the 22nd, 1938.
This is such a cool story.
On this hot December day in East London, South Africa, a trawler came into town and deposited its load of fish, and the trawler captain had a habit of keeping any odd-looking, interesting specimens and giving them to the curator of the local museum, Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
Yeah,
She loved
shout out.
nature so much, and she wanted to make the museum's collections the best they possibly could be. And so she went down to the harbour side. She describes picking through this big pile of slimy fish and eels, and then suddenly she saw poking up this sort of strange blue fin.
It's a
That's,
very distinctive
it's one of
kind
these
fish
fins.
with strange, fleshy, limb-like fins.
Limb-like. And they really are.
It's like nothing she had ever seen.
They really are limb-like. It's kind of nuts. Like, unlike regular fishes who have kind of very regular fishes, unlike ray-finned fishes who have very wispy fins, picture like a goldfish or a trout or something. These ones, their fins are muscular at the base, and they've got bones in them, just like in our limbs. In fact, it's from the lobe fins of sarcopterygian fishes that our limbs are derived. We, as tetrapods, are part of this group. I'll go into more detail about that in a bit, but that's one of the reasons why this fish is so incredibly important.
She said to...
This looks a lot like our ancestor.
museum,
It's
I think
tetrapods.
this is something really special. He went, oh no, little Latimer, it's just a rock cod. But she knew in her gut that it was something different. She thought, well, I've got to find a way to preserve it. So she set off on Christmas Eve in East London.
She tried to get a cold storage company to take care of it.
They said, oh, no way, go away.
She tried to get a local mortuary to embalm it.
They said, oh, we can't have any stinking fish here. She said, why? All the other people in here are dead anyway.
So eventually it was
Good
given
point.
to a taxidermist.
And she thought, well, I've got to find someone to identify this fish. And she immediately thought of Professor J.L.B. Smith.
Yep. Well, I think was the only ichthyologist in the whole country at the time, the only fish scientist. And technically, he wasn't... Ichthyologist was not his job title. He taught chemistry at the local university. But ichthyology was his passion. Fish science was what he lived for. Even though he was technically employed as a chemist, as a chemistry professor, I think. And Palazzo.
Ancient predecessor of the Tyrannosaurus.
Thank you.
Mighty hunter of the
For
Jurassic
the 5
Age.
months of support.
Giant meat eater with long dagger-like teeth.
There's our state fossil of Utah, Allosaurus. Thank you, Palazzo, for the 5 months of support. Thank you for that prime. I appreciate it. Look, we're up to 12. 12 out of 250 for this week. We're getting there. Thank you for your contribution, Palazzo. Appreciate it.
Who was the only ichthyologist in South Africa.
So she drew a rough little drawing. And
there we
sent
go.
a letter. As soon as
blew
he
his
saw
mind.
the fish, he walked round and round it.
So he said that when he saw the... Here. Let's find that clip. Ancient creature of the deep, coelacanth. That was the PBS Nova documentary from 2003. Here's Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
One fateful day in 1938, everything changed.
Hello. Welcome to...
So here she is, presumably in 2003. This is shortly before she passed away, but she got up there in age. Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
Marjorie Courtney Latimer was then the 31-year-old curator of a small natural history museum in East London, South Africa.
Welcome in.
She remembers well how her life was turned upside down by the mysterious coelacanth.
Yep.
No.
I love that she has all this coelacanth accoutrement around her house. That warms my heart.
Nobody ever knew the difficulties and the trauma that I went through. I went through absolute trauma saving that fish.
Yep.
Because nobody wanted to know. As I say, even my family in the end began to think I was cuckoo. I suppose I was very cuckoo.
On December 22nd, 1938, a fishing trawler steamed into the East London harbor.
The Nareen was the name of the ship.
On the deck was a pile of sea life dredged up after a freak storm. But these fish were not all meant for market.
Nope.
It was a pile of sponges and starfish and rat-tailed fish, you name it, they were there.
Rat tail, not rectal fish. Ignore the subtitles. Rat tail fish. Rat tail. Chimeras. Holocephalians.
And from underneath this crowd, there was this one fin sticking out, this blue fin. And I thought, what on earth could this be?
Yeah.
And I moved all the fish. There was this beautiful, beautiful fish. Iridescent colours all over the fish. It was solid. It was just on 5 foot long. Rough scales.
5 feet long. That's significantly bigger than this. This is, I think, a little bit less than 3 feet long, less than a meter. In fact, we can measure it out. Here's my meter stick. And we're at 84 centimeters. So the real coelacanth, the original, the holotype specimen, Vladimiria chelumnae, is about half again as big as this.
Very big eyes, very big blue eyes.
It's not a small critter, especially for a
limb-like fins, something I'd never
especially
seen
for a
in
fish.
in my life.
Marjorie had been an avid collector since childhood. She knew instinctively that...
Longer than you, there you go, salamander, yeah.
I thought, no, whatever happens, this fish has got to be saved.
Although she was able to cart the fish back to the museum, this was 1938, and there was no easy way to refrigerate and preserve the specimen. She inquired at the local mortuary.
And so I went in, and this very tall, very gaunt-looking gentleman said, "What could he do for me?" So I said, "You know, I've got this beautiful fish." And I said, "I have to try and save it. And I wondered if you could put it into the mortuary."
So here she is thinking on her feet, being like, okay, I need to preserve this fish. It's Christmas Eve. Everything's closed. She's racking her brain trying to figure out, how do I preserve this specimen? She knows that it's something incredibly special. She's looking for any way that she can to save this thing. She goes to the mortuary.
And I wondered if you could put it into the mortuary. So he drew himself up right nearly up to the roof, and he said, "Never heard of such an iniquitous suggestion." Most definitely.
How wrong he was. I hope he felt embarrassed afterward when he read about this in the papers, when this was front page news all over the world. I hope he felt embarrassed, you know?
Most definitely not.
In desperation, she sent off a note and a sketch to a professor at Rhodes University, 100 miles away in Grahamstown. Professor J.L.B. Smith was trained as a chemist, but his passion was ichthyology, the study of fish. His work in this field...
Air fresheners are cheap too, exactly, Salamander, yeah.
Let me take you to L4.
Here we go, here's the letter.
Its one-time secretary and archivist is Jean Pote.
This is it. This is a very interesting file. It's correspondence with Marjorie Courtney Latimer from 1936 onwards. And in this file...
This was a letter and a sketch on that letter that, in some small way, changed the world.
is, I think, the original drawing.
There we go, that's it.
That is the original drawing by Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
Look at that.
And it's...
So she didn't have the wherewithal to take a photo and send it to him. So she made a sketch. And it was from this sketch that J.L.B. Smith realized this is a coelacanth. This is a fish that's been thought to be extinct for 60 plus million years, only known from fossils. And if this sketch is anywhere close to accurate, that means these animals are still alive. Think about that. Think about how cool that is. Think about the feelings he must have been going through at the time.
As soon as he saw that, he knew that it was something really rare.
Yeah.
For J.L.B. Smith, it was more than rare. It was an impossibility.
Yep.
If that drawing were correct, this fish should have died out with the dinosaurs.
Yeah. Of course, now we realize that dinosaurs didn't actually die out completely. Birds are living dinosaurs. But they didn't know that in 1938.
Smith's wife, Margaret, described his reaction.
Yeah.
It was the 3rd of January 1939, and I suddenly felt almost shockwaves coming from my husband, who was standing up reading a letter. And through the back of the letter I could see a picture of a fish. And he pointed to the drawing of the tail. And he said, "You see that tail?
Yeah.
That tail belongs to fishes that have been extinct for millions and millions of years."
That Diffie circle tail right there. Look at this little lobe that comes off of the end of it. And there's more fin rays that come off of that. That's right here too. I was trying to get this rigged up so you could see it properly, but I can turn it. There's that little lobe right there. Fin rays coming off. Key roll, thank you for the follow. Welcome. No other animal on our planet has got a tail like that. Yeah, I've heard it referred to as a puppy dog tail. I don't know. Multiple books have described it that way. I don't Let's see why people call it that, but Diffie circle tail is the technical term for that. Yeah. So, different tail fin types, caudal fins on different fishes. Protocircle, leptocircle, heterocircle, hemihomocircle, hypocircle, isocircle, Jeffy circle. But, yeah, leptocircle is modified Diffie circle. There we go. So, Diffie circle tail, right there, that's the coelacanth. There used to be scads of fishes that had this arrangement. All of them coelacanths. And then they disappear from the fossil record 66 million years ago.
Smith was confused and puzzled. He almost hoped he was wrong about the identification of this creature.
Yeah.
But if he was right, the implications were staggering.
Yeah.
Despite his initial excitement, he was unable to examine the fish in person for nearly 2 months, leaving Marjorie Courtney Latimer to deal with this strange creature alone.
Yeah. And so, J.L.B. Smith, I think this is a nice reminder that scientists are human beings. We're not Vulcans. We have emotions, we have feelings, we have obligations, we have flaws, we have a lot going on with us, you know? Why did J.L.B. Smith wait 2 months to go back to New London, South Africa, and look at this fish in person? Why did he leave Marjorie Courtney Latimer alone to deal with this for 2 months? It's kind of a mystery. We know that he was prone to bouts of depression. We know he was anxious about certain things. He was kind of a difficult person in general. Very, very intelligent man, but yeah.
To deal with this strange creature alone.
He probably thought I was making a mistake. Well, I'd sketched it, and I'd written all these letters to him about it. But he probably thought, you know, I was young and inexperienced with ichthyology. It's a funny thing to just suddenly decide about bring a fossil fish out into the open.
Yeah.
Marjorie was left with no choice. In order to save the fish for scientific study, she had it skinned and mounted.
Yep. So, skinned and mounted. So, this is like a typical kind of taxidermy method. This is what we were talking about here in this video.
Rough little drawing. And sent a letter.
Yeah. So she sends this letter to J.L.B. Smith, like we talked about. She had to have it taxidermied, so she brought it to a taxidermist. And so the internal organs, that she didn't have access to a refrigerator or a freezer or anything like that. All of the internal organs, I think maybe even much of the skeleton, was discarded. It was thrown away. And this was a tragedy.
But without any preservatives, the internal organs had to be discarded.
Yeah.
This was later described by Smith as one of the most terrible tragedies in science.
And it's kind of rich for him to describe it as a terrible tragedy because that's, to a certain extent, his fault. Marjorie Courtney Latimer did everything right. And he took 2 months to go meet her and look at this. You know? So for him to say, oh, it was a terrible tragedy, it's like, yeah, dude, that's your fault. That's on you.
So there were a lot of confusions in the beginning, and I got blamed for losing the innards of the fish. I had to bear that all my life. But still, the main thing was we saved the thing we saved the skin and the top specimen.
There it is. And you can still see this in this tiny little museum in New London, South Africa. I love that they didn't ship this off to the British Museum
It wasn't taken to Paris. It wasn't taken to the American Museum in New York. That is the crown jewel of this tiny little museum there in New London, South Africa. East London, South Africa, excuse me. New London is in Connecticut. East London, South Africa. Gah. Someday I want to go there. I want to see this original specimen, the holotype.
On the 16th of February at 10 o'clock, Professor Smith walked into my office. I've been waiting for him since the 22nd of December.
That first sight hit me like a white-hot blast, Smith later wrote.
Yep.
It made me feel shaky and queer. My body tingled. I stood as if stricken to stone.
And he walked round
and here we go,
the
yeah.
table. And he said, this fish will be on the lips of every scientist in the world.
Yes, indeed.
As soon as he saw the fish, he walked round and round it slowly.
He practically fainted.
He said it was like bombs going off in my head, and I was seeing the shape of a fish known only from fossils.
It's such a characteristic shape. It's like the outline of a Viking ship.
This was the coelacanth, a fish that was thought to have become extinct 65 million years ago. It was like a dinosaur had just come into your living room.
You know, 400 million years ago, these were just a bunch of fishes, very much like other kinds of fish that were around at the time.
Yeah, we'll get back to this in a second. There we go.
It's a coelacanth.
Since J.L.B. Smith identified the strange fish, he was able to christen it. He named the genus Latimeria, after the woman who had saved the fish for science.
Yep.
The species Calumni, after the river near where it was caught. The press went wild with the news, calling it the most important scientific discovery of the century. A creature from a group thought to be extinct for millions of years was alive.
Yep.
It was a living fossil, a window into the past.
So this actually helped inspire the story in the film The Creature from the Black Lagoon. There are themes in that are directly inspired by this. That film came out in what, 1954, I think? Something like that. Maybe 53. It was the study of the coelacanth and the discovery of new specimens in the early 50s. It was the early 50s that helped inspire that story, The Creature from the Black Lagoon.
The term living fossil had been coined by Darwin. In his writings on evolution, he argued that somewhere, most likely
54. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah.
some creatures would have eluded the pressures to evolve and changed little from prehistoric times. Now, here was a living coelacanth, strikingly similar to fossils more than 50 million years old.
Nuts. Yeah. So we'll get back to here.
But now they are these absolute anomalies. There's nothing else like it on the planet.
They had, in fact, made the discovery of the century.
It was given the name Latimeria chalumnae in honor of Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
Without her, the specimen wouldn't have been preserved.
Yep.
The key excitement was the fact that this was such an obvious living fossil.
Charles Darwin came up with the term. It's sort of dumb in a way, because if it's alive, it can't be a fossil. Well, what it means is there's an early fossil record, then a total gap, and then there happens to be a living one. It doesn't mean
Yep.
that.
And this gap, as far as I know, still exists to this day. I don't think we have any coelacanths at all from after the end Cretaceous extinction event. Like, there's none in the fossil record. So from 66 million years ago until now, no fossils of these animals from the entire Cenozoic era. Huge gap in the fossil record. Probably because they got hit really hard
by that extinction event, and there was only like a few small relic populations left. They just really preserved in the fossil record. Nobody's discovered them since then, you know?
Hundreds and hundreds of its relatives haven't become extinct.
One of the things that I love about the coelacanth is that it's seen history past.
Yeah. So here, we'll get to this in a minute, but I wanted to quickly show you. We now have a second species discovered in Indonesia.
Among the fishes, researchers put coelacanths nearest to tetrapods on an evolutionary tree. But now, a group known as lungfish is thought to be an even closer ancestor.
Yeah. Here, so we'll go look at this real quick. Coelacanths are really important for another reason, not just the cool factor of them being a living fossil, previously thought to be extinct and now known to be alive. Thank you, ZWolf6, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. So, here we go. Tetrapods. This is a branch on the tree of life that includes us, human beings. We are over here. We're a kind of primate placental mammal. But you zoom out further, you get to what we call tetrapods. So tetrapods are all of the animals that live on land that have bones. And even some of the animals that went back into the sea from land, things like whales, things like sea snakes, things like sea turtles, they're all tetrapods. So tetrapods are all of the mammals, like us, all of the reptiles, like lizards and crocodiles and birds. Birds are a kind of reptile. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. That means birds are a kind of reptile. All the amphibians, too, are all tetrapods. These are animals that have bones that most of them live on land. Tetrapods. Tetrapods, in turn, are a kind of sarcopterygian. Sarcopterygians are the lobe-finned fishes. So tetrapods are a kind of lobe-finned fish. Coelacanths are a kind of lobe-finned fish. Coelacanths are right here. They're very close to the origin of the tetrapods. When critters with bones first came up onto land, they looked sort of like a coelacanth. They had these fleshy, limb-like fins. Lungfish are even closer to the tetrapods. Right here, lungfishes. Lungfishes and tetrapods. And we've got remains of lungfishes from St. George as well. But anyway, we got coelacanths here. So coelacanths are very close to the origin of tetrapods. A coelacanth is more closely related to a cow, or a giraffe, or a turtle, or a person than it is to ray-fin fishes, like trout, or clownfish, or salmon, or swordfish, or whatever. To get to them, you gotta go way over here to the ray-fin fishes. So a coelacanth is more closely related to you and me than it is to a goldfish. How cool is that? So that's what they're talking about here.
DNA evidence. We may never know for certain which group of fishes contains our closest living relative.
It's pretty well established as lungfish now.
Continues to surprise science at every turn.
Plane Shifter is what about it makes it more closely related to us? It's ancestry. It's where it is on the tree of life. Yeah. Again, I realize this is a new concept for a lot of people, given that
especially in the US, like, we don't really get taught this sort of thing in school. It's... Here.
Just as dark.
This is a clip from a documentary about this big trial between, I don't know, some creationists were trying to get creationism taught in public schools.
One sub to Walking Stick Library.
Tacoma Blues, thank you for the gifts up there. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. This whole documentary is about... Yeah, here.
Dover, Pennsylvania. Like much of the United States, Dover has become a town divided.
I personally don't believe in Darwin's theory of evolution.
Oh, boy.
Saying that you don't believe in evolution is almost saying for us, well, we don't believe that the Civil War ever took place in the United States.
Yeah.
Dover is split.
Fringe idea.
Those who accept Charles Darwin's theory of evolution.
It's not Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. It's biology's theory of evolution. Like, it's the underpinning idea under all of biology. Forget Darwin. It doesn't matter. Like, the idea that creatures change over time has been confirmed by every branch of biology that exists, you know?
And those
so,
who
anyway.
reject it.
Yeah.
And that rift between science and scripture nearly destroyed the community.
So this is a big trial here about that.
After
Anyway, yeah.
Is provided.
It's about religion, politics, and power.
Up next on Nova, Judgment Day. Intelligent design on trial.
Anywho, there's the context for this clip right here. This idea of the common descent of living things is something that I talk about all the time because it is the fundamental underpinning idea under all of biology. And it oftentimes just doesn't get taught in schools. The way that we as scientists classify living things, the way that we make sense of who belongs where, what is what, it's all based on ancestry. So when scientists say that two living things are related to one another, we're not just saying that they have similar vibes. We're not just saying that they look similar or feel similar or something like that. We mean that they're actually directly related, like they come from the same ancestor. And the same way that you are related to your siblings, if you have siblings, or your cousins, if you have cousins. You share a common ancestor. You've got the same parents as your siblings. You've got the same grandparents as your cousins. And so on and so forth. Back down the family tree. All of life on Earth works the same way. When we're talking about coelacanths, and we're talking about sarcopterygians, and we're going back all the way to, you know, the beginnings of life on Earth, we can picture it all as this big family tree like this. As far as we know, all life came from one single common ancestor about 3.8 billion years ago, give or take. And understanding things like this, everything makes sense when you realize that, you know? So that brings us to this clip here.
Proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all.
So this is paleontologist Kevin Padian, who is kind of an expert witness here. Here, let me go back just a titch. Yeah.
What we see when we look at the fossil record, at rocks of
Neil
just
Shubin.
the right age, there's a creature.
So there's an animal very closely related to coelacanths. There we go. Yeah, here. Come on, YouTube.
Over millions of years, fish gave rise to land animals, as evolutionary theory predicts, we should find fossils of extinct creatures that are part fish and part land animal. In 1999, paleontologist Neil Shubin and his colleagues set out to find...
And hey, PaleoStream, good to have you here. Hey, I'm back from Utah, and we're talking about coelacanths and going off on a tangent about
common ancestry here.
Just such a creature.
What evolution enables us to do is to make specific predictions about what we should find in the fossil record. The prediction in this case is clear-cut. That is, if we go to rocks of the right age and the rocks of the right type, we should find transitions between two great forms of life, between fish and amphibian.
Many scientists think life began in the water, at least 3.5 billion years ago.
Yep, I actually attended a special workshop about this a few weeks ago, which was a lot of fun. Organized by Charles Marshall, and there were a number of other scientists from different fields. We're talking about the origin of life. Really, really cool stuff. It'd actually be great to bring Charles on at some point to talk about that. If I can wrangle this, he's the director of the Museum of Paleontology at Berkeley. Be really cool to be able to talk to Charles about that. I'll see if maybe we can work that into his schedule at some point. But anywho, origin of life. Yeah.
Life began in the water, at least 3.5 billion years ago. More recently, about 375 million years ago, the tree of life branched as primitive fish evolved into amphibians, such as today's frogs and salamanders, which live part of their lives on land.
Yep. Yeah, and Plane Shifter, you got us on this topic in the first place, so I want to know what you think about this. It's just hard to see the common thread that makes them similar. When they classify this fish on the surface, the groups they put together look so different. That's the thing, is that they only look so different because all of the in-betweens today are extinct. That's the thing, is today we've only got the end points of all of these different branches. All of the things leading up to that, the things that would look like halfways, like in-betweens, they're gone. That's exactly what we're getting at here. Tetrapods, animals that have bones and live on land, for the most part, we are a kind of fish. We're like a weird fish that's adapted for life on land. Does that make sense? Here, I think when we continue this clip, hopefully it'll start to, make a little bit more sense.
Armed with this prediction, Shubin and his colleagues organized an expedition to one of the most desolate places on Earth, the Canadian Arctic, about 500 miles from the North Pole, where rocks of just the right age are exposed. Here, they hope to fill a gap in the branch of the evolutionary tree that leads from primitive fish to animals with 4 limbs, or tetrapods, by finding a fossil of an animal that shared characteristics of both. But after 3 summers of digging through hundreds of tons of rock in this harsh environment, they had found little of interest.
Can I full into this? You bet.
The next year for one last try.
Here's a link
Money
right
was
there.
running out. This was it. We were told this was our last year up there. And then in 2004, in the 3rd day of the season, a colleague of mine was removing rock and discovered a little snout sticking out the side of the cliff, just like exactly like this. And he removed more rock and more rock and more rock, and it became clear that this was a snout of a flat-headed animal. And that's when we knew, flat-headed animal at 375 million years old, this is going to be something interesting.
It's Tiktaalik. Yeah.
Which means
so I've got a 3D print of the specimen right here. It still needs some serious painting. I only did like the most basic base coats of it so far. But this is the actual size of the critter. This is what it looks like right there. One of these days I'll have some time and I can finish this. But I've got so many different 3D prints that are still need some TLC. And I'm making more all the time. I mean, we're printing a Eubrontes track at present. This is one of our big theropod tracks from the early Jurassic, like we saw in St. George. I've got such a backlog of 3D prints that need finishing, that need painting, that need smoothing, all that stuff. So anyway, we've got Tiktaalik here, and one of these days, I'll finish this up. Anyhow.
means large freshwater fish.
So
in
though
the
it may
lake.
not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way.
Lilithobo.
Supporting science. Our tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you for the 500 bits, and I'm sorry your message got stepped on. It's another thing I gotta do too. We gotta transfer all of our alerts over to Twitch alerts because Stream Elements has just been so buggy lately. But I appreciate those 500 bits, Lilith Obo. So what you're saying is you coelacanth or you coelacanth, there is no coelatry? I suppose so. Lilith Obo, wise words. From a wise... What's the generic term for the group of critters that Yoda belongs to? Oh, that's right. Muppet. He's a Muppet, isn't he? Yeah. Wise words from a wise Muppet. Thank you, Lilith Obo, for the 500 bits.
This was a snout of a flat-headed animal. And that's when we knew, flat-headed animal at 375 million years old, this is going to be something interesting.
They called it Tiktaalik, which means large freshwater fish in the language of the local Inuit people. And it's one of the most vivid transitional fossils ever discovered, showing how land animals evolved from primitive fish.
Yep.
Over here you have a fish of about 380 million years old.
That's a coelacanth. Look at that tail. It's got the Diffie circle tail right there. It's got these lobe fins. That's a coelacanth right here. Yeah. Gotta love coelacanths.
And what you see, just like any good fish, it has scales on its back and fins. You compare that to an amphibian, you find a creature that doesn't have scales, and it's modified the fins to become limbs.
What is this? That's not Ariops. Is that, shoot, Diadectes? I think that's who this is. That might not be an amphibian per se. It might be a reptilomorph, but
head's very different.
Whatever.
It has a flat head with eyes on top and a neck. What we see when we look at the fossil record, at rocks of just the right age, is a creature like Tiktaalik. Just like a fish, it has scales on its back and fins. You can see the fin webbing here. Yet when you look at the head, you see something very different. You see a very amphibian-like thing with a flat head with eyes on top. It gets even better when we take the fin apart. When we look inside the fin...
You got those limb bones in the fin. The same limb bones that we have in our arms and legs. You got the phalanges. You've got what will basically amount to like carpals, metacarpals, radius and ulna. That's all there.
Cast here, well, you'll see it as bones that compare to our shoulder, elbow, even parts of wrist. Bone.
Yeah.
So you have a fish at just the right time in the history of life that has characteristics of amphibians and primitive fish. It's a mix.
It's, I'm not fond of this term, but it's a missing link. It's no longer missing. We have it now, and we have lots and lots of others around it too, where you can almost see kind of a smooth transition to a certain extent, and we'll have even more fossils in the future, inshallah, that will help us smooth out that transition more and more.
And just as evolutionary theory predicts, Tiktaalik suggests a tree of life, with one species giving rise to another over millions of years.
Bingo. So the point is, there's no hard line between fish and tetrapods. Because tetrapods evolved from fish, there's a smooth transition there. You've got all kinds of critters that are kind of halfway in between, 60% in between, 40% in between. You know, it's a gradation like that. Like so many things in nature, it defies our puny human attempts to put it into neat little tidy boxes. Nature is far more complex and interesting and complicated than that. You've got a smooth gradient. And it's because these living things are changing over time. Life doesn't stay the same. It changes, it transitions, it morphs, it evolves.
The discovery of Tiktaalik was still being written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other
Thank you, Claire.
with transitional features that support...
Here, give me just a second here, and let me snag this.
It's going to be a bit noisy.
Okay, good. It's in the... Okay, it's on the YouTube page. Thank you, Claire. Here. I'll take a look at that after stream.
And just as evolutionary theory predicts, Tiktaalik suggests a tree of life, with one species giving rise to another over millions of years.
Here you go, Gogan. Heck yeah.
The discovery of Tiktaalik was still being written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence.
Too bad.
But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge...
Shout out to Kevin Padian. What's his catchphrase around here? Here.
Dirter. A dirter.
Yes, indeed.
Dirter.
Do we have a clip from that?
Dirter.
Do we not? Shoot. Oh goodness. Paleo World. Pterosaurs.
Except.
Yeah, here we go. It's got maybe Dutch subtitles, so bear with me here.
Berkeley paleontologist Kevin Padian is an expert on the evolution of flight and the anatomy of pterosaurs.
So this is filmed with a toaster, but that's okay.
First thing to know about pterosaur bones is that they have the thinnest bones of any vertebrate.
So he's talking about flying reptiles here, pterosaurs. What the general public often refers to as pterodactyls. Pterosaurs are the flying reptiles that lived alongside the dinosaurs. They're not quite dinosaurs themselves, but they're closely related. These guys.
This first thing to know about pterosaur bones is that they have the thinnest bones of any vertebrates. This one's squashed completely flat as a pancake, and it's like it was just like it was
Danish. Thank you, a bad man.
Cretaceous there in the middle of the ocean, right? And
Appreciate you.
This bone comes from the upper arm like this.
It's a humorous there.
Flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like. Dirter.
Yep. Yeah. So that's Kevin Padian there.
Dirter.
So he was an expert witness in this trial.
But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
My testimony in the trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds, as seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird.
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure.
Badman, thank you.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually
become extinct. Thank you, a Badman, for helping me avoid extinction for the past 7 months. I appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you for that. Good stuff. So Archaeopteryx, much like a coelacanth, kind of represents a, again, I hate the term, missing link, where it's a critter that has characteristics of two major groups. It's kind of an in-between. So a coelacanth, like this, has got fleshy, bony fins right here that are very limb-like. It also has a kind of a lung-like kind of structure on the inside, so yeah, like you can see how the close relatives of this critter came up onto land and became tetrapods. In the same way, you've got Archaeopteryx.
Long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird.
Yeah.
How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals.
Yeah, so again, this is like our mammal-like reptiles, like we were talking earlier, another term I don't like. Reptile-like mammals, they're synapsids. Yeah, and we've got a nice kind of transition there.
Evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
And this is so cool when you start to understand this stuff. When you can look at modern creatures and go, wow, understanding this now, I can see characteristics that they share with their relatives. Whales, of course, are mammals. They're endothermic, warm-blooded. They have a little bit of hair. They've got like eyelashes and stuff like that, like mammals do. They feed their young with milk, which is something that only mammals do. They are 100% mammals. Where did they come from? Well, they came from land-dwelling, cloven-hoofed, artiodactyl mammals. It's pretty darn cool to understand this. It gives you a different perspective on life. Suddenly a lot of things make sense. So we've got fossils of each one of these stages. Here's Pakicetus right here. Ambulocetus, whose name means walking whale. And this is a little cartoony and a little oversimplified. We've got a lot of in-between stages that aren't listed here. Also, this is kind of more of a branch than it is like a bush, rather than it is just like a simple direct line. Because you've got a lot of speciation happening. You've got a lot of cladogenesis. You've got different little evolutionary experiments going in each direction. So the point is, this is super oversimplified, but it gives you some idea of the transition from land to water. That's the point of this video here. And I think it does a good job of it. Pretty cool, right? So you start to understand this stuff, and suddenly the world makes more sense than it did before. And this is something that we as paleontologists, we talk about this all the time. This is the simplest thing in the world to us. You know, this is the basis of our entire field. And yet the general public knows next to nothing about this. Even very intelligent, well-educated, you know, kind, sophisticated, attractive people, like the people who are watching this broadcast right now. I mean, you chatters. Many of you are probably unfamiliar with this because, especially here in the US, this just does not get taught in school until maybe you go to university and take a biology or like a history of life class. But from elementary school, when this sort of thing should be taught first, up through high school, in the U.S., most of the time, this sort of thing doesn't get touched on in the curriculum. It's almost verboten. And there's a reason for that.
And where the Pandas book says we can't go from A to B, there are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F.
We know about this stuff as paleontologists.
We have the transitional features. We have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence. And we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
Yep.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
Yep. Here we go. Here we go.
Reporters in the courtroom, they were just amazed that we knew all this stuff. And how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
It's been a huge influence. Again, I want to emphasize that. Reporters there in the classroom, like in the, courtroom, presumably really well-educated people. These are like national level reporters. Because this trial was a big deal. It was, you know, headline news around the country and to a certain extent around the world. This is not some like small town thing with like junior reporters, trainees, nothing like that. Like there were some heavy hitter reporters in there and they're like, shoot, I've gone to J school. I've gone to journalism school. I'm well educated. I know what's going. How come I've never heard about this sort of thing before? Again, let's go back.
Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom, they were just amazed that we knew all this stuff. And how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
Yes. there are a lot of people who are really, like, offended by this idea. There's creationists who, especially in this country, they have a tremendous amount of political power. The guy who is second in line to the presidency, officially, right now, is like a hardcore young Earth creationist. Here. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson once blamed school shootings on teaching evolution and abortion. This is what we're dealing with, you know? Young Earth creationists, people who believe that the Earth is only 6,000 years old, they're running our government right now here in the U.S. And it is a serious, serious problem. They are completely divorced from reality. So yeah, it's an issue, and that's why I'm here on Twitch. You know, that's why I do science outreach full time. Is there's a need for that, a serious need for it. No matter what your religious beliefs might be, no matter what kind of spiritual cosmology you subscribe to, you shouldn't be at war with reality. When we, as paleontologists, go out there and excavate fossils and study them, we are earnestly trying to figure out the history of life on Earth. We're trying to figure out where we come from, where all these species around us came from. We're trying to trace those lineages back in time. That's our agenda. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to figure out what's what. We're trying to figure out what really happened in the history of life on Earth. And you have certain people who are really scared of that idea. They realize that if you study these things objectively, that puts their power at risk. They realize that if people have the wherewithal to actually study things in depth and figure out the truth, that robs these oligarchs and these blowhards and these charlatans of their power. They can no longer claim that they have a monopoly on the truth. If you can go out and discover truth for yourself, if you can study things in an empirical way and test it and figure out what's what for your own, like we as scientists do, it makes you far less gullible. You're not stuck under the thumb of these people anymore. People like this who want to take you for fools and want to rob you for everything you're worth. Anyway, that's why this is so important, you know? Paleontology isn't just a cool thing. It's eye-opening. It expands your mind. It helps you understand the history of life on Earth. Like I said during that TV interview when I was in St. George, you know, in the same way that you can look up at the sky and feel this incredible feeling of smallness when you look out at the universe and you see all these stars that are light years away, and you just get that transcendent feeling of like, holy cow, I am so small, but I am so lucky to be here. I'm so lucky to live the life that I'm living right now. You can get that same transcendent feeling of smallness and specialness by looking back in time in the fossil record. To understand that you're part of this tremendous history of life on Earth is something that's so special, you know? You have kinship with every other living thing on our planet. And you have ancestors that go back to the beginning of life on Earth, some 3.8 billion years ago, give or take. And every single one of your ancestors up until this point has managed to survive and reproduce, and that is why you are here today. And that you have, like I said, kinship with every other living thing on our planet Earth. To varying degrees. We are... To go back to our tree of life here, we can go from all life to... Whoops. To Homo sapiens here. There are certain critters that we're particularly close to. Our closest living ancestors are the bonobo and the chimpanzee. We diverged from them about 6 million years ago. Go back a bit further out, you get to gorillas. We shared a common ancestor with them 8 million years ago. And you can go out further and further. 14 million years ago, we shared a common ancestor with orangutans. And it all makes sense when you look at the morphology, too. Our skeletons are they're far closer to chimpanzees than they are to other creatures because we recently shared a common ancestor, you know? And you can just keep doing this, back and back and back, further and further and further, until you get to the other primates. And then the Eurocontans. This is primates and their relatives like tree shrews. And then the Euarchontoglires. This is where we link up with the rodents. Further back, Boreoeutherians. You get to things like the insectivores and the ungulates, and so on and so forth until you get to all of life on Earth. Like, this is an incredible revelation, and this has been the result of literally hundreds of years of work by thousands upon thousands of different people studying different lines of evidence, and it all paints this beautiful picture for us. You can embrace that, and you can learn it, and you can just bask in the wonder of it all. Or you could be terrified of it. You could reject it. You can rebuke it. That's how you end up here. As one of the most powerful people in the world. Ugh. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Plane Shifter In says, I didn't mean to get you this far off topic on this tangent. I think I got the point when you said coelacanths have bones in their arm. Yeah. Yeah. But I definitely appreciate the in-depth explanation. To a certain extent, Plane Shifter In, I'm champing at the bit to be able to talk about this stuff. You know, this is what energizes me. This is what drives me. You know, because there's so little discussion of this in schools. You know, people don't get taught this kind of thing, and I kind of see that as my mission here on Twitch. To show you what we've learned through fossil science and how it unites these different fields, how it helps form this coherent picture of biology. It's incredibly cool, and most folks they're not getting this anywhere else. And it's such a privilege to be able to share it with you, you know? Yeah. Thank you for reposting that from Claire. 10 months away from 5 years with you, Danny. It was such an amazing experience. Claire, thank you for all of your help. Yeah. I love my job here. This is what I do full time, by the way. I don't make a ton of money doing this, but it's incredibly rewarding. And all of these wonderful folks in the community who, help make this possible. I'm deeply, deeply grateful. And you were one of the chief among them, Claire, so thank you. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to coelacanths here. Let's get back to this. Let's try to bring things back to our work in St. George and the coelacanth fossils that we were digging up there and why they're important. All this good stuff. Yeah.
Importantly, Latimer.
Without her, the specimen wouldn't have been preserved.
The key excitement was the fact that this was such an obvious living fossil.
Charles Darwin came up with the term. It's sort of dumb in a way, because if it's alive, it can't be a fossil. Well, what it means is there's an early fossil record, then a total gap, and then there happens to be a living one. It doesn't mean that hundreds and hundreds of its relatives haven't become extinct.
Oh, yeah. So that's the thing, is that there were so many different kinds of coelacanths back in the day, including ones in St. George. Here in this book, Tracks in Deep Time, which you should really get hold of this if you can. Call up your local independent bookseller. See if you can order yourself a copy of this, if you're interested in this kind of thing. Because if and when I go back to St. George, if you've read through this, you will appreciate so much better all the stuff that you're seeing on stream. But right here, we've got our various fishes that have been found here. There we go. Body fossils. We've got hybodont sharks, like this guy. We've got our semi-anodid fishes, especially like this here too, like kind of lepidotid type fish. And then we've got the biggest fish known from Lake Whitmore was a coelacanth. Today's coelacanths are rare and live in very deep waters of the Indian Ocean. In the Mesozoic, however, coelacanths were much more common, and many lived in fresh water. So again, they were much more common. Like, these fishes were all over the place at the time. During the Mesozoic era, they're all over the place. The St. George Discovery Site coelacanth is known from several large skull and jaw bones, and a partial tail from near the top of Whitmore Point, a member of the Moenavi Formation. Bones belong to individuals around 4 feet long. The SGDS coelacanth is by far the largest early Jurassic coelacanth anywhere in the world, and most likely the largest known freshwater coelacanth on record. It is dwarfed, however, by some of its ocean-going relatives from the Cretaceous period, things like Mawsonia. You've probably seen them in illustrations with Spinosaurus, Mawsonia. It's the one from North Africa. Anyway. No other early Jurassic coelacanths have been found in the southwestern United States, though coelacanths called Chinlea and Quaya are known from the late Triassic Age Chinle Formation in Colorado, New Mexico, and southeastern Utah. Anyway, here is an illustration of Chinlea, which is this big coelacanth from the Chinle Formation, late Triassic. This is the bone. This is a... Hang on, let's see. A to B. Lower jawbone of the unnamed coelacanth from St. George, right here. So this coelacanth looks very different right here. Look how long its snoot is right there, and how long that diffy-circled tail is. Look at how long that is compared to this. This guy is just a little nubbin right here, and look how short the snout is right there. Look at our guy right here, how long the snout is and how long the tail is. I wonder if there's any correlation there. Why do you want to be longer as a coelacanth? What advantage does that offer to you? But also I want to point out how limb-like the fins are here too. They look like arms and legs, don't they? Anywho, this coelacanth has not yet been named. And I'm really hoping that these further excavations in St. George uncover more remains of it. They already are. We found more coelacanth bits this past week. I really hope that we've got enough to be able to publish on this thing. So yeah. Anywho, wonder what made them so populous and so successful, says Dilly Dally. It's a good question. I don't really know the answer to that off the top of my head. But they were all over the place during the Mesozoic.
Way, because if it's alive, it can't be a fossil. Well, what it means is there's an early fossil record, then a total gap, and then there happens to be a living one. It doesn't mean that hundreds and hundreds of its relatives haven't become extinct.
Yep. I love this part
One of the
here.
things that I love about the coelacanth is that it's seen history past.
When the coelacanth
I will do that, Lenina, yes.
as one lineage of
me a minute
lobe-fin
here.
fishes among other similar-looking forms. Well, what can you say about the world? They shared the waters with strange, armored, jawless fish with sucker-like mouths.
Yeah. So, coelacanths were prey for critters like Dunkleosteus, and Dunkleosteus and the other placoderms went extinct. Coelacanth survived, you know? That's pretty cool to think about. And Ash said hi, says, hi, Danny. Really enjoying listening to the conversation. Ash, it's wonderful to see you. I hope you're having an excellent day. It's good to have you here. Very snazzy badge you got there, by the way. That ambassador badge. Beautiful. Welcome, welcome.
Like mouths. One lineage of their close relatives started...
There we go. There's Tiktaalik right there, like we were talking about with Neil Shubin. This is that missing link.
around in the shallows, and then I suppose from the coelacanth's perspective just sort of disappeared out of view as they emerged up onto the land.
I like to sort of think of the coelacanth saying, bye and good luck.
We get into the period of the coal swamps, producing so much oxygen that it becomes possible for dragonflies the size of falcons and millipedes longer than a man.
Nuts. This is still before the dinosaurs
The world
there.
is suddenly struck by a gigantic mass extinction. Something like 90% of all species disappear.
Yep.
Coelacanths sort of keep going. They've perhaps taken a bit of a knock, but there are quite a lot of them. They swim around, do their coelacanth thing. Another huge mass extinction. Then mammals.
This is not even mentioning the Triassic-Jurassic mass extinction event, which the coelacanths also survived before the end Cretaceous extinction, before the one that wiped out all the dinosaurs except for a handful of birds.
Another huge mass extinction. Then mammals diversify on the land, primates emerge, one primate lineage starts standing up on its hind limbs, starts speaking, and here we are.
Here we are. That's you,
And
chat.
meanwhile, coelacanths, well, they haven't really changed.
They have changed, but they're still coelacanths, you know? I mean, the coelacanths that exist today are not true living fossils in the sense that there. This is from Sci News from February 2021. We actually covered this live on stream at the time. The primitive-looking coelacanth has long been regarded as a living fossil, with extant specimens looking very similar to fossils dating back to the Cretaceous. While the coelacanth's body may have changed little, its genome tells another story. So even though outwardly they don't look that much like they've changed, but inside, their genomes, their DNA, has changed. So they have been evolving. It just might be kind of subtle changes that are kind of under the surface. So if you want to read more about this, here's a link. Right there. Yeah. Pigeon Being wants to know, do humans have pigeon DNA? Not specifically pigeon DNA, no, but humans and pigeons both share a common ancestor if you go back far enough. So we do have a certain percentage of the same DNA, but that's DNA that we both had from, like, inherited from our common ancestor. So we both have kind of hand-me-down DNA from when birds and mammals shared a common ancestor, but you gotta go back pretty far in time in order to get there. I'll show you. Our interactive tree of life here. And so... let's see here. This is always a little buggy. Thank you, Golganak, for gifting Confused Echidna. I appreciate that. Here, to go to where humans and birds last shared a common ancestor. Oh man, this is being buggy. There we go. Birds. Okay. There we go. Birds and... and humans. Give me a second. Let me open up Firefox, because I think it's sometimes not as buggy in Firefox. Geneo, Tree of Life Explorer. There we go. There we go. Birds. Okay, there's birds there, including pigeons. And so humans and birds don't share DNA except for the DNA that we both inherited from our common ancestor. So, I wish this were not so buggy. What the heck? Come on. Alright, birds. Yeah, this used to work. I've never had this much trouble with it before. I apologize. Here, I can show you on here. The last time that humans and birds shared a common ancestor was about 320 million years ago. The amniotes. This is where our paths split, and we evolved in separate directions. Our ancestors split. So here, amniota, 320 million years ago during the Carboniferous period, lived the most recent common ancestor to today's amniotes. This includes both the mammal branch and the reptile branch. Birds are part of the reptile branch, as you see here. Humans are part of the mammal branch. So you gotta go back 320 million years. It's a long time ago. Before you get to where our branches converge, where we had the same ancestor. So basically, birds, including pigeons, and mammals, including humans, have been going in their separate directions for 320 million years. It's a long time. Contrast that with me and Sweetie Pie here. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Here, let's find Sweetie Pie on our tree of life. She is a mammal, just like us. She's not a monotreme. She doesn't lay eggs, like the echidna or the platypus. She's a placental mammal. Which is, Therian mammals here. You've got your marsupials, and then your placentals. So Sweetie Pie is a placental mammal. She's not an atlantogenatin. She's a Boroeutherian mammal. And so cats, like domestic cats, Felis catus right here. There's the domestic cat. There we go. And then good old Homo sapiens. So there we are right there. There's the whole mammal branch there. So it's right here, 85 million years ago, where our two paths diverge. Sweetie Pie, right here, is part of this branch, Laurasiatheria, And we as humans are part of Uarchontoglires. So 85 million years ago, during the late Cretaceous, cats, or the ancestors of cats, rather, and the ancestors of primates split. So we've been going in our separate directions for 85 million years. That's why Sweetie Pie and I look so different. And yet we still have a lot of similarities. We've both got hair, you know? We both, well, I was going to say we both feed our young with milk. I don't, but I'm a man, so... Anyway, a cis man. But you get the idea, you know? Like, oh, you pushed the camera way to the side, Sweetie Pie. We've got a lot of similarities, but we got a lot of differences, too. In the grand scheme of the history of life on Earth, we're pretty darn similar. But there's a lot of specifics that are different between Sweetie Pie and me. You know? Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho, there we go. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Thanks for joining us, Sweetie Pie. Do you want more treats? Is that why you've returned? Here, we gotta pay the bills here real quick. Gotta pay up to the landlord, huh? Yeah. Yeah, let's get you some more treats. There we go. There's a few more for you. How's that? She's putting her tail right in my drink. Why are you doing that? Oh. Yeah. So, like us humans, cats have got the same kind of mammal teeth. Molars and premolars and canines and incisors. We inherited that from our common ancestor. We've got fur or hair. We've got similar setups with our metabolism and our brain and everything. That's because, again, we're dealing with the same basic parts that we inherited from our common ancestors. Oh. Sorry, sweetie. Plucking some hair off of her. But yeah. Anyway. So, Boroeutheria right here is where we and cats share a common ancestor. Let's get back to our coelacanth here. Therian mammals, amniotes, tetrapods, lungfishes and tetrapods. There's lungfishes there. Go a little bit further out, lobefin fishes, including tetrapods. And there's our coelacanths. Right here. There are two living species of coelacanth, the Sulawesi coelacanth and the West Indian Ocean coelacanth. They're both endangered, unfortunately. There could be other populations throughout the world that haven't been discovered yet. It's certainly a possibility. But these are the two species that we know about right now. Anywho. Yeah. Willem BMW says birds are just dinosaurs that winged it. Yeah. Literally, yeah. Birds are a kind of dinosaur. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Paleo Moon Pie.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Horror X, thank you so much for the 5 months of support at Tier 3. Holy moly. Horror X, I appreciate that tremendously. And you've discovered our new emote as of today, too. That Moon Pie emote is new as of today. Very observant of you, Horror X. Well done. Anywho, let's get back to our coelacanths here.
Hundreds of its relatives haven't become extinct.
One of the things that I love about the coelacanth is that it's seen history past.
Yeah.
When the coelacanths first appeared as one lineage of similar looking forms.
Whoop. Hang on.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Lino Fresco, thank you for the follow. And Spartan Tier 3, 55 months right there, Spartan. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate that, Spartan. Thank you for your continued support. It means a lot to me. Keeps me going. Appreciate you, Spartan. Thank you very much.
They shared the waters with strange, armored, jawless fish with sucker-like mouths. One lineage of their close relatives started nosing around in the shallows, and then I suppose from the coelacanth's perspective just sort of disappeared out of view as they emerged up onto
basically
the
the ancestor of us.
Think of the coelacanth saying, bye and good luck.
Horror X just gifted.
And hang on a minute. Holy cow! Horror X! This is not a look of horror, this is a look of delight. Horror X, thank you so much. 50 gift subs there. Holy moly. Horror X, that is tremendous. I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Holy cow. There's 50 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads at all for the next month. 50. You know what that reminds me of? I don't know where this came from originally. Is this from like a... This is ridiculous. It was like impossible to find this where it's not a Reddit link. And there we go. Okay. But yeah, does anybody know this? 50! That's so many. That's more than 40. When no one was looking, Lex Luthor took 40 cakes. He took 40 cakes! That's as many as 4 10s. And that's terrible. But, while 311 people were looking, Horror X gifted 50 subs. 50 subs. That's as many as 5 10s. And that's wonderful. Thank you, Horror X. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you very, very much. Is this from, like, a children's math textbook or something? Is this sponsored by Marvel Comics or something like that? I don't know enough about this kind of thing. Yeah, anyway. Good stuff. I appreciate you, Horror X. Holy moly. And we've got a hype train going. Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, you pay to see that movie. Me too, Trek nerd. Yeah. Supervillain just stealing cakes. They don't even look like particularly appetizing cakes. You know? Like, I don't even think they're frosted yet. Are they baked? Are they just raw cakes inside the...
Loading the system with 10 gift subs.
And holy cow, Spartan! 10 gift subs there. That's as many as 1 10s. But as many as 10 1s. Or 5 2s. And this Tinnamoo bird is very excited about that also. A little too excited. Oh, shoot! Spartan, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Spartan.
Sub to K-Bay Bonfire.
Beautiful.
Given 395 gift subs in the channel.
That's phenomenal. And thank you, Lenina, for gifting Care Bear Bonfire.
Mark Melbourne really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Mark Melbourne, thank you for those 5 gift subs there. That's as many as 5 1s. Or 2.5 2s. Beautiful.
Marcy Walks Dogs gifted a tier 1 sub to Lex_Luther31. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Thank you, Marcy Walks Dogs.
And here we have one of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gift of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Holy cow. I don't know if that alert has ever been triggered before. That might be a first time right there. Holy cow. speechless. I don't know what to say. That's incredible. Horror X. That's 150 gift subs just in this stream. You gave 50 and then you gave 100. That's incredible. Did you just win the lottery or something? Holy moly. I appreciate your generosity tremendously. Seriously, I don't know what to say. You've already got a VIP in the chat, right? I think... Already a VIP in the chat. I don't know what to say. Truly legendary. I agree, Gravity. Amazing. I wasn't sure we'd be able to get to our sub goal this week. I thought, you know what? I'm gonna aim high. I've been spending a lot of money on gas and food and stuff, getting out to St. George to be able to help out with this emergency.
One of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gift of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Did that really just happen there? Gift subs this minute. 100 gift subs 3 minutes. Incredible. Horror X, I don't know what to say. It is insanity, sacrificial goat. Holy moly. You don't know how much I appreciate this. Nor the 250 community members who just had a gift subscription. Your Horror X, this is bonkers. I am deeply, deeply, deeply grateful. I don't know what to say. I'm without words. Here. I know when I left last week to go out to St. George, Utah to help with this emergency excavation, I knew it was going to be kind of expensive, and oftentimes when I go out and do fieldwork streams, revenue drops a little bit. People are just, they're not as willing to gift subscriptions and stuff like that during IRL live streams. And so I thought at least, I'd be taking a bit of a pay cut there. And I thought this for a good cause. You know, I'm absolutely willing to do that. You've just absolutely made up for all of that, Horror X. This is, one fell swoop. Or rather, 3 fell swoops. 3 very large fell swoops. 3 big gifts right there. You just helped pay for my trip, and probably part of my trip going back out to St. George if I end up doing that. I feel like I can afford to do that now. Thank you. That is tremendous. And I am... Sometimes there are lean months here, and sometimes there are not so lean months. Thank you for helping make this a very, very much not lean month. I'm eating good now. I appreciate you, Horror X. That's... I don't know how to express my gratitude. Thank you very, very much. That's bonkers. Let's go! This is Horror X. Yes! Thank you for helping support science outreach here on Twitch. Thank you for helping put food on my table. Thank you for helping me afford to do this. It means a lot. It really does. I'm jazzed. And I hope you are too, Dad. Incredible. Yeah. Can we get some paleo salutes for Horror X? Yes, that's a great idea there, Ms. Art Rules. Yeah. Phenomenal. Thank you, thank you. Of course, I appreciate any and all contributions that people make to help support this mission of science outreach and education. It's... People have got different levels of financial stability. To the people who give what they can, I am deeply, deeply grateful. Whether it's a little or whether it's a lot. I appreciate each and every contribution. And,
Murph just gifted 12 subs.
Thank you, Murph, for those 12 right there. That brings us to a solid 300 there. I'm sure that was by design, Murph.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur. Dinosaurs.
The generosity of this community never ceases to amaze me. Thank you so much, Murph. Appreciate ya. Solid 300! Nuts. And we got to a level 12 hype train? 281 gift subs, 530 bits. That's a new record, I think. I don't think we've ever had a level 12 hype train before. Level 13, it says... Well, it says 19% of a level 13. I don't know exactly how to read that. But 12 or 13, either way. That's new. And that's nuts. Lucky 13, there you go, Real Jessica, yeah. Yeah. Bonkers. It's such a privilege to be able to do science outreach like this full time and to be able to take you on trips out to the field to show you what fieldwork is like, to take you to museums, to meet other paleontologists, and to be able to contribute my time and effort and audience to projects like we did in St. George for this emergency excavation. This sort of thing would not be possible without your support, Chad. So thank you so much for that.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yes! Tier 3, 45 months. Appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah. And 14 at 13% it says Scorch Helmet. Oh, interesting. Mine says different, but that's... Yeah. Anyway, phenomenal. I will continue to do my very best to provide good science outreach.
My 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you, Salamander. Hip hip hooray. Thank you so much, Salamander. Tier 3, 25 months. That's amazing. You know, the past week when I was out there in the field, staying at Josh Lively's camp with all the students from the Texas Dinosaur Club, it was really cool to be able to talk to them about, and try and give them some career advice and...
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Eleanor.
Thank you, Nell, for that gift sub. Good stuff. It was really cool to be able to tell them, like, hey, I know jobs are really scarce in paleontology. It is possible to make a living doing outreach full-time. Whether it's on Twitch or maybe on other platforms, like... If I can do it, maybe you can do it too. But I can only do it because of you wonderful folks, and I feel like the luckiest guy in the world. You've made this possible. I appreciate you so much. Yeah. Let's get back to the science here. Let's get back to our coelacanth and why these critters are so important, you know? There.
Yeah. Saying, bye and good luck.
we get into the period of the cold.
Oh, and your letter, yes, Ms. Yvette. Let's do that. Ms. Art Rules, let's do that right now. Here. Ms. Art Rules sent us a letter to the P.O. Box. So let's open that right now. There we go. If any of you would like to send anything to the P.O. Box, it's one that I share with Ios and Lordy. There it is right there. And this came to us all the way from San Diego, California. Let's open it up. Thank you, Ms. Art Rules. I'm not sure what's in here, but I appreciate you taking the time and effort to send us something in the mail. What's it gonna be? And Zul says doxed, lol. Yeah, that's definitely my home address. I'm definitely streaming to you from inside of a P.O. box right now. Yeah, you know, it's pretty cramped in here. Luckily, I'm very small. You know, good Wi-Fi in the P.O. box, yeah. Yeah. What is this? Oh, we've got some prints from Ms. Art Rules. Some lovely watercolors of these different birds. Very nice. Turacao. Lazuli bunting. Looks like some waterfowl right here. Ooh, and who are these guys? Dunlins or something like that? Wimbrels, maybe? And a great blue heron. Ms. Art Rules really appreciate this. Is it okay if I read this live on stream, Ms. Art Rules, or would you prefer I read it off stream? Let me know. Oh, those are godwits. Very nice. Godwits right here? Excellent. I'm not very good with my my brown shorebirds. Yeah, sure. All right, let's read it. Dear Professor Danny, you don't have to call me Professor. My goodness. Thank you for the insightful stream discussions and analysis on birds. When I took drawing and painting classes, my teachers mentioned terror birds and the keel of the sternum. Yeah, we've talked about both of these things, right? Which helps with flight. If I hadn't learned about these topics throughout your streams, I would not have understood what they were referring to. So thank you for your wonderful teaching. I truly appreciate it and hope to continue learning more from you. I'm sending some stickers I had made of dinosaurs I painted during Dino-Vember with Casey Snow Art. Oh yeah. Shout out to Casey. Along with a few postcards. 3 of them are from the pieces I created at the King Tide event with the San Diego Bird Alliance. Awesome. Thank you again for everything. Your TwitchCon friend and stream learner, Ms. Yvette/Ms. Art Rules. P.S. Chat, if you come to TwitchCon this year, I will be giving stickers away. Excellent. I will be attending TwitchCon this year. That is my plan and my intention. Ms. Art Rules, I hope to see you there again, if you'll be there. And, oh man, this sticker right here, is this Scratchy? No, it's Ichi. Ichi. This weird Scansoriopterid dinosaur. I think I recognize this critter with its bizarre bat-like wings and its tail feathers. What a neat animal. That's, again, Ichi dinosaur hair. What a weird, bizarre creature, Ichi. Such a weirdo, but such a cool animal. And there it is right there. Thank you, Ms. Art Rules. That's lovely. I like that a lot. Watercolors, I think, work pretty well for feathers. They give it kind of like a soft quality. I like that a lot. Yeah. Who else have we got? Ooh, is this that new Oviraptorosaur that we talked about on stream? I think I remember you posting this to Blue Sky, Ms. Art Rules. This was, I don't remember the name. But yeah, brand new Oviraptorosaur related to Caudipteryx, if I remember correctly. Yeah, very nice. These are great. These die-cut stickers, super cool. We've got what looks like a dromaeosaur right here. Look at those hypertrophy digit 2 claws. The sickle claws there. Nice. And we've got an ornithomimid. Is this Mexidracon? That new ornithomimid from Mexico? Very, very cool. This does look like Utahraptor with the really boxy snout. You're right, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah, and sí, claro que sí. Mexidracon. Qué lindo eres. Very nice. Thank you so much, Ms. Art Rules. Thank you so much for sharing your art with us. Thank you for the kind words, your enthusiasm and support. It means a tremendous amount to me. Really appreciate it. Ms. Art Rules, thank you. Thank you for thinking of me and sharing your talents with us. Warms my heart. It really does. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you again at TwitchCon this year, if you're going to be there. It's in October this year. It's a little bit later than it normally is. I plan on being there. Good stuff. Lovely. All right. And Chi-Town Deke says the message was sent in a handwritten letter. Yes, indeed. That's top tier respect right there. You know? It's almost like like out of a Ken Burns documentary. Dear Professor Danny, thank you for the insightful stream discussions and analysis on birds. When I took drawing and painting classes, my teachers mentioned tarot birds and the keel of the sternum, which helps with flight. If I hadn't learned about these topics throughout your streams, I would not have understood what they were referring to. So thank you for your wonderful teaching. Yeah, anyway, you get the idea. Yeah. I appreciate the handwritten letter. That is something special. Thank you, Ms. Art Rolls. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Dips, quill, and ink. Exactly, Mark Melvin. Who handwrites letters anymore? That's something special. And I appreciate it, Ms. Art Rolls. I really do. Yeah. I really doubt that's what Ms. Art Rolls sounds like. No, we heard her voice on stream when we were streaming with Velia. No, Lordy, have you seen a Ken Burns documentary before? Do you know what I'm referring to? Ms. Artrell says I'm old school like that. I am too. I can relate. But yeah, I get the joke. Okay, Lordy. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. And you know Ken Burns? What's he like, Makeaway? You know him personally? Where does he get his hair cut? I want to know that. Yeah. What's your secret? Who's your barber, Ken Burns? How do I get that haircut? Let's get back to coelacanths. Where were we? Anyway, thank you again, Ms. Art Rules. If you've got stuff to do, you can go now. Thank you very, very much for your thoughtfulness, for your support. Thank you for sharing your talents with us. Really appreciate it. I'm sorry it took me so long to get to your letter. Yeah. Feral Terminator says, I met a school teacher, 4th grade science, shows many parts of your streams to her students. Really, Feral Terminator? If she does, I'd love to know about that. I'd love to do a personal message. Oh, sorry, Coelacanth, I'm bumping you. Personal message to her class. That's awesome. Yeah. Anyhow. Let's continue here with our coelacanths.
One of the things that I love about the coelacanth is that it's seen history past.
When the coelacanths first appeared as one lineage of lobe-finned fishes, among other similar-looking forms, well, what can you say about the world?
Lots
They
of other
shared
different
the
critters
waters
around,
with
yeah.
strange, armored, jawless fish with sucker-like mouths.
Yeah, things like Secabombaspis, which has become kind of a meme. Yeah. Here we go. This is one of those agnathan fishes, those early jawless fishes. I think you can see why people kind of latched onto it. This is from a museum display somewhere. And, yeah. So coelacanths show up so early on that you've got these basal jawless fishes that are still around at the time. Yeah.
Forms. Well, what can you say about the world? They shared the waters with strange,
Strachoderms,
jawless fish with
agnathans.
sucker-like mouths.
Yep.
One lineage of their close relatives.
Eldrasaur, thank you for the hydrate.
In the shallows, and then I suppose from the coelacanth's perspective, just sort of disappeared out of view as they emerged up onto the land.
I like to sort of think of the coelacanth saying, "Bye and good luck."
We get into the period of the coal swamps, producing so much oxygen that it becomes possible for dragonflies the size of falcons and millipedes longer than a man. The world is suddenly struck by a gigantic mass extinction, something like
the end Permian
species
extinction.
disappear. Coelacanths sort of keep going. They've perhaps taken a bit of a knock, but there are quite a lot of them. They swim around, do the coelacanth thing.
And before we get to the Cretaceous, shoot. The end Permian extinction event happened about 250 million years ago. There we go. End Permian, about 252 million years ago. End of the Permian. Then you've got the Triassic period. Dinosaurs first evolve around here. Coelacanths survive the end Permian extinction. They continue through the Triassic. And then about 200 million years ago, 201, something like that, you have the end Triassic extinction event. It's not even mentioned in this video, but this is the extinction event that that marks the end of the Triassic, the beginning of the Jurassic. This is almost the same exact time that our fossils are from in St. George. And coelacanths survived that extinction event and left all kinds of bones for us to find in those rocks. And then they continue on through the Cretaceous. They're maybe not as common during the Cretaceous, but they're still around.
Another huge mass extinction. Then mammals diversify on the land, primates emerge, one primate lineage starts standing up on its hind limbs, starts speaking, and here we are.
Here we are. You and me and Twitch.tv and Marjorie Courtney Latimer. Today, in our modern age. The Holocene.
And meanwhile, coelacanths, well, they haven't really changed.
They have, but they're still
That is
coelacanths.
a truly astonishing thing.
Yeah. I don't know if Marjorie Courtney Latimer had Twitch, says Murph. She probably didn't. But, you know, I think she would have been a star. She would have been a top streamer.
For me personally, it is just that the world should have such things in it.
Yeah.
That it should be possible to see this kind of improbable, ghostly messenger from the very deep past.
And I just hope that the coelacanth manages to outlive us all and keep going and witnessing what is to come.
Pretty cool. Pretty neat. I'll give you a link to this video right here. Incredible work. I love it. I love a well-done video that gets a little bit sentimental about a fossil organism. I get sentimental about fossil organisms, you know? Here's these creatures that lived and died tens of millions of years ago. And we are incredibly privileged to be able to know anything about them at all. We can discover their remains, dig them up, lovingly care for them, prepare them, clean them, study them, publish on them, share them with the world. I think there's something really special about that. When we're talking about lineages that are extinct, it's almost like we're resurrecting them. You know, like we're, through loving care, bringing them back to life. It's pretty special. With coelacanths, if we're talking about them as a lineage, as a branch on the tree of life, we don't have to bring them back. They're still around. So we can appreciate their incredible longevity and how special and rare they are today, but we can see how much more common they were back in the day, back at the Triassic, Jurassic boundary, back in St. George here. That's something incredibly special, you know? It really is. It's been such a privilege to be able to help support this project and be there for the discovery of more coelacanth bits. Here's this crew of volunteers and paleontologists and community members in St. George, all rallying together to try and salvage whatever we can from this site before it gets destroyed. All these incredible fossils, including the bones of these beloved coelacanths. It's something special. Oh, cool. Good.
I'll pull it from right here.
Uh-huh.
Broom.
Ooh, the signal was cutting out here, but I'm so glad we got to witness this.
It's probably
a coelacanth, he said.
So the gill cover from
nice.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big the operculum.
I don't know. Also, we need some glue. Hit that with some glue.
Did you find that?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. There's her dad in the black shirt. Yeah.
Cool. I want to get rock.
Finds being made in real time. Nicely done. Yeah, look how happy she is too. She should be.
Very cool.
She's got some skills.
Yeah, so that's shocked.
I'm
actually shocked right now.
This brown blob that we've got right here is part of probably a fish skull. Yeah. Take a look at that. So Andrew said maybe the operculum. Sorry, the audio cut out there.
One of the larger bones from near the back of the skull.
So let me show you what an operculum looks like. So here is a diagram of a coelacanth. Right there. So there's the operculum. You kind of can't miss it, you know? It's pretty big on the side of the head right there. That is this right here. Yeah. So we're not 100%, I'm not 100% sure that this is from a coelacanth, but it would make sense if it were. It's right up by the...
I'm not a fish specialist, so forgive me if I got that wrong.
I want to see what you're... Part of a...
I may have gotten it wrong then, but we got it right on today's stream, because you got references.
So
shiny and then all the red.
And thank you, Feral Terminator.
It certainly looks like it's big enough to be one of these coelacanths.
Yeah.
Pretty darn neat.
Between this and that tooth you found the other day, you're starting to look like a Lucky Charm, kid.
I'm shocked.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
And... Oh, and very cool.
For the 49 months.
Feral Terminator, excellent. She records them and edits them to...
And coelacanths found before in Utah? Oh, yeah. Yeah,
that's
we've got
wild.
coelacanths from here.
Again, if that teacher wants me to, do anything special for her class, let me know, because I will absolutely do that. The whole point of these streams is education and outreach, and that's right up my alley.
But
Claire says Danny is classroom material. I suppose so. Shoot. Better to be, teaching through speaking and showing these things in live streams than, I could have been classroom material in a different sense. I could have been a cadaver on a slab for students to dissect. I much prefer this to that.
There's one that looks like it's probably new. New genus, new species, so this could be part of that, potentially. We don't know yet. Again, the time when we know the least about what something is right after we found it. So, yeah. Get that thing back into the laboratory and get it cleaned and prepped, and then it'll start to divulge some of its secrets, hopefully.
There you go, Chi-Town, yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah, holy moly. 80 years or more, sir, says Gravity. We'll see, Yeah. We'll see how lucky I am there in terms of longevity. But I want to keep doing this, this here on Twitch for as long as I can. I live for this, I'm incredibly lucky to be able to do this. I know I keep saying that. It maybe sounds trite at this point, but I love doing this, and I want to continue streaming here on Twitch for as long as I can. I'm encouraged too that we've got our viewership seems to be up, like significantly, since being down in St. George. For the past few months, it's been hovering around 250 consecutive viewers, up till about 300, here and there. We're at 332 right now. I bet you there are people who are watching right now who joined because of these streams down in St. George with the emergency fossil dig. And if any of you are watching and what we call lurking, just kind of watching silently, if you feel like it, don't be afraid to type into the chat and just say hello. It'd be great to say hi to you too. I appreciate your viewership and your attention. Again, it's such a privilege to be able to share this stuff with you, Yeah. And Claire Burr says, hey, Danny, do you get to talk to Jaleesa about the emails of people who need to schedule stuff to get out there? I did talk to her. She is absolutely swamped right now. I know she's the point person for contact about people volunteering. And she said her one request is for volunteers, just please be patient. She's dealing with literally hundreds of emails every day. And she's got a 7-month-old child at home right now. She's dealing with a lot. So be persistent but patient in your emails. She will get back to you. It might take a day or so. So yeah. Yeah, motherhood is no joke. Exactly, Ornest Avian Fiend. And none of this reptilian motherhood stuff. You know, where you just lay an egg.
Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Decactus, thank you for the follow, the Decactus. I appreciate you. Yeah, none of this, you know, sauropsid motherhood stuff. We're like, okay, you lay an egg and then, you know, it's just kind of there. Maybe you incubate it, maybe you don't. Maybe you care for your young, maybe you don't. No, this is mammalian motherhood. You're carrying an embryo inside of you and then you give birth and then you have to care for it? That's a lot. It's a lot of work. It really is. So, being a little bit facetious here, but it is genuinely so much work. And Jaleesa's doing everything she can right now. It's a lot. So have some patience with her. For sure. Yeah. And she's a saint for taking that on, says Lenina. Agreed. Yeah, holy cow. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, really excited for the new big fish that Andrew told me was just discovered today or yesterday. Could be a coelacanth. Like, he said it's about 3 feet long. Could be longer if they continue to dig in and find more of it. But he said right now it seems like it's about 3 feet long. And it's a skeleton. It's not an isolated operculum. It's not a scale. It's not just a jawbone or a this or a that here or there. It's a fish. And so I'll probably have to bug him again tomorrow. I'll call him up and ask what's going on with that. Because, oh man. If they have a coelacanth skeleton from the site, just think about how cool that would be. I'm giddy just imagining it, you know? An associated skeleton of a coelacanth from that site would be bonkers. Yeah. And Russ Inza says, hi from South Africa. We were just talking about South Africa, about East London, South Africa, and the discovery of the coelacanth. The discovery of Latimeria chelumnae in 1938. Do you know that story, Russ Inza? Yeah. So it's official, says Nell. Oh, we'll give it some time. It will be. Yeah. Eddie. Yeah. And yep. All right, Russ. Yeah. Coelacanths. Cool critters. Mechaholic. 42 months of support.
Ontogeny.
Really appreciate that. I really do. Thank you, Mechaholic. Good stuff. Holy moly.
Ontogeny.
Yes, indeed, Scorch Hellfire. Ontogeny. 42 months is a long time for some ontogeny. That's a lot of development, Mechaholic. Thank you so much for keeping me online for that long. Here, before I even think about wrapping up today's stream. Oh, first, I forgot to do this. Let me share the Blue Sky post. If anybody wants to engage with that. Talking about this here. I was just advertising the stream. But we've got some cool fossil news to discuss. There was... There we go. We were talking about dinosaur feathers recently. We're going to talk about dinosaur feathers again right now. We now know that a lot of different dinosaurs had feathers. And I know we've got some new folks here. Let me play a real quick video for you. And then we'll jump into this bit of news.
When Jurassic Park first came out in 1993, it was a pretty groundbreaking depiction of dinosaurs. Steven Spielberg certainly took plenty of artistic liberties, but overall, the movie was so much better than what had come before in terms of recreating what scientists knew about how dinosaurs looked and how they moved.
Yes, indeed.
The character Alan Grant was actually a bit...
Oh, and I love this because, here we go. By and large, they did a darn good job, added paleontologist Kenneth Carpenter of the Denver Museum of Natural History. So, I don't know if it was before or after Ken Carpenter was at Denver. He was at the Price Museum, or the Prehistoric Museum in Price, Utah. And does anybody know who currently is curator of paleontology at the Prehistoric Museum in Price? I'll give you a hint. It's somebody we had on stream just a few days ago. Not Denver Fowler, Nell, no. In Price, Utah. Not Jim or Andrew. Not Alan Grant, no. Let's find him here.
Yeah, I mean, this
You
is
about
all,
to go
this is
aggro?
field therapy. This is field therapy right here. It's good stuff.
It's Josh.
Let's just tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Look how easy. Look at that.
Ooh,
oh, man.
butter.
Who had you?
Panda hater.
That was a day 3 move there, Josh.
I know. It's like I've been... It's like I have 3 days of experience.
There's Josh right there. Josh is the real character.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Unlike
So again, this was just a few days ago when I was on site in St. George.
Wrinkle in my brain.
It's like a koala. The dumbest mammal in the animal kingdom.
I thought that was pandas.
Oh, don't get me started about pandas while
Actually,
he's streaming.
koalas are stronger than pandas.
I hate pandas.
Yeah.
The only thing
Pandas,
about
I
pandas
hate
is they
them.
don't reproduce.
Get that
Koalas are
Yeah, pandas won't
dumbest.
reproduce and they just eat bamboo. Let them go extinct.
Just spray paint the polar bears or whatever.
Yeah. If you want
We're
black,
gonna kill all those too.
the chat's gonna explode after that hot take from me.
How many angry emotes are we gonna get?
No, people love pandas, except
They
me.
do, yeah.
I hate pandas.
No, I went to the.
Being a hater, he's
I
So I was gonna say there, I went to the museum, the zoo, San Diego Zoo and Wildlife Park, and they made a huge deal about the pandas. And there was like a huge line to go see, just catch a glimpse of the pandas. The pandas were, and I can say this pretty much unequivocally, they were one of the most boring animals at the zoo. Everybody else was lively and looking around and like just alert and just happy to be there. Like I was so impressed with all of the other animals at the San Diego Zoo and how well cared for they were. They all seemed really, really happy. The pandas were just asleep. They could have put a stuffed panda there, and you wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. That's what I was gonna say in that, where I truncated what I was gonna say.
Except me.
yeah.
I hate pandas.
No, I went to the.
just being a hater. He's
I'm telling you, we were talking about yesterday. I'm at least a Division II level hater. You know, I might get a scholarship for my hating.
Sibley says, charismatic megafauna minus the charisma. That's a wonderful description of pandas. I love that, Sibley.
Yeah, I don't know. I might enter the transfer portal and become a D1 hater. We'll see.
Anyway, Josh Lively, who is now curator of paleontology at the Prehistoric Museum in Price, Utah, which is a job previously held by Ken Carpenter.
Grant was actually a bit ahead of his time.
Look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrist. There's no one of these guys learned how to fly. No, seriously.
Back then, the claim that birds evolved from dinosaurs was still controversial. Now it's widely accepted. But in the late 1990s, the science started speeding ahead, and the movies just didn't keep up. Even the latest installment, Jurassic World, shot in ultra-high definition 3D, it features dinosaurs that are out of date.
Super out of date. They actually look worse than they did in 1993. That's one of the reasons I was so disappointed with this movie. It was such a letdown.
Three years after the first Jurassic Park movie was released, scientists in China uncovered a feathered dinosaur for the first time.
And so I'm playing this because there are undoubtedly some people in the chat for whom this is news. So I want to bring you up to speed. Again, I'm trying to reach as broad an audience as I can. The whole point is we're doing science outreach here. You don't have to know anything about fossil science to be able to watch Paleontologizing. I know this is old news for many of you, but for some of you, this will be the first time you've heard about this. A lot of dinosaurs had feathers, and it was in the mid-1990s that we started to realize this. Like, it became incontrovertible. Beforehand, there were a number of paleontologists who thought, yeah, birds probably evolved from dinosaurs, and there are probably a lot of dinosaurs that did have feathers. That it was in the mid-1990s when these fossil localities were discovered in China that, bow, there it is. There's your smoking gun evidence. We've got feathers on these critters, including proto-feathers, like on Sinosauropteryx here. Let's get some Sinosauropteryx going in the chat.
Sinosauropteryx.
Yeah.
It takes very specific conditions for the Earth to record soft tissues like these primitive feathers. The animals had to be buried quickly before decomposing, and in fine-grained sediment. It turned out that this part of China, Liaoning province, saw major volcanic eruptions around 120 million years ago, which provided these very conditions. And more than 30 feathered dinosaur species have been unearthed there and in some other places since 1996.
I think now it's about 60 different dinosaur species we know had feathers.
These fuzzy dinosaurs were mostly two-legged meat eaters, part of a group that's closely related to birds in the dinosaur family tree.
So a theropod's the big tooth that we found. I showed that at the beginning of stream. One in St. George, that's from a theropod, these two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs.
That group includes many of the dinosaurs featured in the Jurassic Park movies.
Gallimimus.
These guys probably had feathers of some sort for insulation or decoration.
In fact, Paul Olson, whom we interviewed, he was talking about this. Let's find that. There he
I'm
is.
a little out of it right now. Would you mind introducing yourself to the audience? We've got 367 right now.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, my name's Paul Olson. I'm a professor of Earth and University, and I'm here to take a look at these wonderful fossils.
So, professor of Earth Sciences and Paleontology at Columbia University in New York.
And this incomparable set of displays that are here, and the people working to try to find more.
Awesome. Yeah. Your specialty is, well, I know you've published on dinosaur tracks before and kind of paleoichnological stuff. In your opinion, why is this such an important site?
This site, this wonderful site, is so important because there's basically a whole ecosystem preserved.
So I want to get to where he's talking about the feathers here. Here, oh, show trans. Come on.
With the information they had, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Give them some credit, yeah.
Within birds.
I like that.
Right?
Yeah.
But now we know better.
Yeah.
And you know, these reconstructions of dinosaurs without any feathers are like those varieties of naked cats. You know, just
yeah.
It's not what a cat's supposed to look like.
Exactly. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, I like that analogy a lot.
So we now know that a lot of these dinosaurs, of course, they had feathers. Showing them without feathers, like for instance our velociraptors here, the dromaeosaurs, like in this scene. Showing these guys without feathers, it's like showing an elephant without its trunk. It's just completely wrong. You're like missing a key part of what this animal is. To the point where it's just like, what are you even doing? You know? Now we understand this. We know that a lot of these animals, including Velociraptor and its relatives, had feathers. So that brings us to this bit of news here. From dinosaurs to birds, the origins of feather formation. So, and I'll give you a link to it right here. Here's the press release. Feathers are among the most complex cutaneous skin appendages in the animal kingdom. While their evolutionary origin has been widely debated, paleontological discoveries and developmental biology studies suggest that feathers evolved from simple structures known as protofeathers. These primitive structures, composed of a single tubular filament, emerged around 200 million years ago in certain dinosaurs. Paleontologists continue to discuss the possibility of their even earlier presence in the common ancestor of dinosaurs and pterosaurs, around 240 million years ago. Protofeathers, again, like you see on Sinosauropteryx, there in the chat. This lovely critter, Sinosauropteryx. Yeah, simple hair-like filamentous feathers, just like a tube, basically. Yeah. And Kaz the Dapper Lass, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. And there you go, Ken. Yeah. Dr. Paul Olson of the Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory at Columbia. Excellent. Super cool, Ken. Thank you. And hello to you too, Kaz. Good to have you here. Anyway, the simple hair-like feathers that these guys have, we often call them proto-feathers. Proto-feathers are simple cylindrical filaments. They differ from modern feathers by their absence of barbs and barbules, and by the lack of a follicle and invagination at the base. The emergence of proto-feathers likely marked the first key step in feather evolution, initially providing thermal insulation, so like hair keeping these animals warm, and ornamentation before being progressively modified under natural selection to give rise to more complex structures that enabled flight. Again, we've got kind of a representation of that in... Here we go.
Clear how universal feathers were among dinosaurs. But while most of the specimens are theropods, there have been a few interesting findings from way over on the other side of the family tree. These two have bristles of some sort, which may or may not be related to bird feathers. And this one, found last year, has even more complex feather-like filaments. These fossils may indicate that feather precursors date back to some of the dinosaurs' earliest common ancestors. Jurassic World could have introduced feathered dinosaurs to a huge audience this year.
Yeah, but it didn't. This is back in 2015. Anyway, we've got different, like, stages of feathers. There we go. Stage 1, proto-feathers. Stage 2, you've got these structures that kind of... these filaments that come off of a central base. Stage 3, you actually have like a rachis with barbs coming off. And then stage 3B, you've got the rachis, you've got the barbs, and the little barbules. So it kind of becomes increasingly complex like that. Now we had a question in the chat. How were proto-feathers different from the pycnofibers on, say, pterosaurs? And the answer is, we're not sure. We're not sure if that's the same thing. It could be that dinosaurs and pterosaurs, they share a common ancestor that had that structure. So it could be that proto-feathers are the same thing as pycnofibers, and that all dinosaurs ancestrally had that. Like, that is the basal character state. We don't really know. So we're still kind of figuring this out at this point. But yeah. Anywho. And Don Vito 75, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Bob Belcher, thank you for the follow too. Welcome, welcome. Great to have you. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for clicking that follow button. And Zero Ninja says, as much as I'd have been down for accurate dinosaurs on film, your average person, in my experience, hates learning that dinosaurs had feathers and it might have harmed the film. I completely disagree. I'm sorry. Yeah. The thing is that, like, people's perspective of dinosaurs in the general public often comes directly from the Jurassic Park films and, to a certain extent, the Jurassic World films. The idea of, like, active, warm-blooded, intelligent, fast-moving dinosaurs, that, from the original Jurassic Park in 1993, that ran counter to people's perception of dinosaurs at the time. Like, oh, they're just big, slow, dumb lizards. Cold-blooded, swamp-dwelling, unsophisticated. And Jurassic Park, the first film, showed them a different side of dinosaurs. And that was kind of revolutionary for audiences at the time. Jurassic World could have done the same thing for feathers, and they didn't. At least they didn't right away. Later on, in the third Jurassic World film, whatever it was called, they did put a feathered dinosaur in there. The Pyroraptor, which was kind of dog water. Like, it was garbage. But they did it, at least. And you didn't hear people, like, complaining and... I don't know. So they actually did it. They just didn't do a very good job of it. Anywho. Yeah, they should have done it in the first film. Imagine how cool that would have been. If they'd actually depicted these animals as they were in life, you know? I think it would have helped the film to a certain extent. Because here's the thing, is that if they had done this, that would show like a different kind of mindset about the whole film, and I feel like other things would have gone better too. If they'd been willing to take those risks and make a film that was good on its own merits, rather than just making basically like a cheap fan film trying to cash in on nostalgia for the original Jurassic Park series. It would have shown a different kind of approach. Like, if they have done this, it would have come with a lot of other stuff that would have improved things significantly.
Have a moment,
my opinion,
where it was kind of heartbreaking? I'm destroying, never.
No, glue is cheap.
Don Vito, thank you for the 2 months of support. Really appreciate that, Don Vito. Thank you. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah, like this, you know? Imagine if they had this in Jurassic World. This is pretty close to what we think these animals actually looked like. Like, this is really, really good right here. Not only would that have been treating your audience with far more respect, but the animals would have been scarier and more realistic in general. Burabur, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So yeah. Anywho. And Zero Ninja says, you know what? I can kind of see it working if they'd gone for it, the more I think of it. The controversy, you know, the clickbait of dinosaurs did have feathers could have given it a boost. Exactly. I like where your head's at there, Zero Ninja. Yeah. Cool stuff. Back to our news here. So the laboratory of Michael Milkinovich, professor of the Department of Genetics and Evolution and the Faculty of Science at UNIJ, not sure where that is, studies the role of molecular signaling pathways that transmit messages within and between cells, such as sonic hedgehog pathway, and the embryonic development of scales, hair, and feathers in modern vertebrates. This work has been published in PLOS Biology. So what is sonic hedgehog? I've been anticipating talking about this, and I've got a timestamp here in this lovely documentary. Let's go to 3512 here in the documentary Your Inner Fish. This is, I think you could probably say it's still a new frontier in the study of life on Earth. Developmental biology, Evo Devo.
Back home, a very different kind of scientific adventure was unfolding.
Here, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back, okay?
One that would reveal a profound genetic connection between fins and limbs.
Oh, yeah.
My lab would play a role in the search, but we were part of a much bigger effort. At the forefront of this quest was my colleague Cliff Tabin, a geneticist at Harvard University. Cliff had been focusing on how digits, like fingers, form. And in his work, he relied on chick embryos. For biologists, chicken eggs offer a window into the process of development.
If you take a chick egg and cut a hole in the shell and throw it away, you can see the embryo floating on top of the yolk. It's right there, it's accessible. You can start to probe what's important for it to form by removing little bits and saying, does that disrupt the process? Or by moving tissue from one place to another and say, what does that do?
Cliff was following a long line of scientists using chickens to investigate how limbs develop. In the 1950s, John Saunders was one such scientist. Saunders and his team experimented on chick embryos just a few days old. They focused on little protrusions called limb buds, from which the wings would eventually emerge.
So I know this seems a little bit far afield, but it's really important to our discussion here.
In one experiment, Saunders took a small patch of cells from one side of a bud and transplanted it to the opposite side to see what would happen. When he came back a week later, much to his surprise, he found that the chick embryo had grown a second set of digits, one a mirror image of the other. That tiny patch of cells was clearly special. Somehow, it was telling the digits where to form.
The way that we now think of it is that those cells instruct the rest of the limb by making a long-range signal, a beacon that they send out that the other cells see and respond to.
The identity of that signal was a great mystery that went unsolved for decades. But Cliff had a hunch. He and some colleagues suspected that the signal might be a single molecule that came from a single gene.
Yep. So these developmental genes like this are incredibly important.
On research that was changing how we understand the role of genes in making body parts. It was work that had been done on an entirely different animal.
It's a tiny little creature that's really small, that breeds very rapidly.
What do you think it is, chat? A very small creature, very small, breeds very rapidly. What do you think it is? Mouse is nice, Chert. Interesting guess. Rabbit. Moose, says Win528. I don't think moose are that small, nor do they breed very rapidly. Elephant, says Snake Socks. I don't think it's that either. I think Claire Bird's got it there.
And that you can study in the laboratory. And it's this.
A vial.
A little fruit fly.
No, a fruit fly. No.
By studying how fruit flies develop, scientists had made some amazing discoveries. Individual genes can do complex things, like guiding the formation of entire body parts. There was one gene dubbed Hedgehog, that caught Cliff's attention.
Yep. So it was named Hedgehog. Like sometimes when we're studying these things, scientists, we like to name stuff in order to be able to communicate our ideas. So rather than just giving it like a long, complicated string of letters and numbers or something like that, those things are easy to forget. Sometimes you give it a memorable name. So this one was called Hedgehog years and years ago. And then later on, somebody found a variant on that, and they named it Sonic Hedgehog. It's like a variation on Hedgehog. That's after the video game character.
Seemed to send out an organizing signal.
In a fly, this signal, Hedgehog, told different cells to do things in a particular order depending on how close they were to the source of the signal.
Oh, and Charlie's Dragon, that would make a lot of sense. I think the code for it was HH, so they named it Hedgehog. I could be wrong. Now that sounds about right. Yeah. It could have also been Her Highness or Henrietta Hippo, but yeah, I guess Hedgehog is easier to remember.
Cliff wondered if a gene like Hedgehog might play a similar role in chickens. So his team took the fly Hedgehog gene and looked for a match in the chicken. After months of searching, they found it. Then, remarkably, they discovered the gene was active in exactly the same patch of cells identified by Saunders.
Very cool.
This new gene, Sonic Hedgehog, after the video game character.
There you go. One of these important developmental genes.
Produce the mysterious signal everyone wanted to find?
Ultimately, we wanted to know whether this gene that we discovered, Sonic Hedgehog, really is the key signal for making the array of digits in the hand.
In a groundbreaking experiment, Cliff and his team added a bead containing pure Sonic Hedgehog to the wrong side of the growing limb bud, echoing Saunders' experiments. When he returned a week later, he found his chick had 2 sets of digits just like Saunders' chick.
There we go.
This was a major discovery.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
Caspiel Black, thank you for the 18 months of support. I appreciate that, Cass. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. Thanks for keeping me online.
Sonic Hedgehog, a single gene, was the source of the signal responsible for generating the pattern of the digits.
That's pretty incredible, you know? That we can... I'm using the scientific we... That we as scientists can discover the source of the development of these limb buds like that. That's pretty extraordinary, isn't it? How wild is that? Incredible.
It really meant that we had the linchpin in our hands.
Did you ever, though, have a moment
and buttocks.
It was kind of heartbreaking?
Thanks for the 2 months.
Never.
6 months? 6 months. Appreciate you, buttocks. Thank you. Thank you.
You could start looking at how that process worked in detail.
Yeah.
It turns out Sonic Hedgehog shapes not just the wings of chickens, but the paws of mice and other animals.
Yep.
And even our own hands.
Yes, indeed. Oh, so this is really neat. I really love how, in this documentary, Your Inner Fish, I'll give you the link to it, there's not just arcane discussions of, they're not particularly arcane, but there's not just discussions of these scientific concepts, but there's also real-life examples of like where this, how this plays out in our lives as human beings. Take a look at this.
If you want to see just how important Sonic Hedgehog is to us, meet the Hubbard family.
Yeah. Hang on, did you catch something there? Take a look at that hand right there. What's different about his hand?
Meet the Hubbard family.
Can I count your fingers? Let me see. I can count. I went to school too.
1,
2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 is special. Look at that hand.
Kamani was born with an extra digit on each hand and foot.
Squeeze my finger as hard as you can. Let me see your grip.
Yeah.
Not harder than that. You can go way harder than that. Oh.
Why this happens had long been a mystery. It turns out that people like Kamani often have mutations that alter the effect of their sonic hedgehog gene.
With the condition of Kamani, I just want to know what's allowing him to be so different.
The way our arms and legs originally develop in the womb is they push out from the body as a little bud. So we have 4 little buds sticking out of us as we're little embryos. Then those buds grow out, and eventually they grow out and they elongate. What you have is a paddle, a big broad paddle.
Yep.
Just as in the chicken limb, Sonic Hedgehog sends out a signal to shape the pattern of our digits. When it's strong, a pinky forms, and as it weakens, one by one, different fingers are made until we end up with 5. If we turn down Sonic Hedgehog, fewer fingers are made. But if we were to increase the
If you
effect
make it
of
stronger,
Sonic Hedgehog, we would get extra fingers, like Kamani's.
It is really quite beautiful that something as simple as a single signal moving through the limb could have such profound and differential effects on the digits.
Pretty darn cool. That's Sonic Hedgehog right there. And I'm sure there's probably an extensive Wikipedia article about this if you'd like to read it. I'm sure there's decent videos that you could find on YouTube and stuff kind of explaining this concept. But this is something in developmental biology, but it also helps us out in paleontology too. Again, because all of these sciences, these different fields, they intermingle. They've got interlocking parts. Things that we learn from developmental biology are useful for paleontology, and vice versa. All sciences are kind of integrative like that to a certain extent. Discoveries that are made in one field of science help us understand something in another field of science. It all fits together into this beautiful tapestry of human knowledge. So the laboratory of Michel Milinkovic, they were studying the role of molecular signaling pathways such as Sonic Hedgehog in the embryonic development of scales, hair, and feathers in modern vertebrates. Work was published in PLOS Biology. In a previous study, Swiss scientists simulated the Sonic Hedgehog pathway by injecting an activating molecule into the blood vessels of chicken embryos and observing the complete and permanent transformation of scales into feathers on the bird's feet. So by kind of tinkering with Sonic Hedgehog in the growing embryo, they were able to actually transform...
Science. What's science ever done for us? TV off.
What has science done for us? Well, this, for one thing. Polywog2G, thank you for the follow. By kind of tinkering with this a little bit, the parts of the chicken that would have turned into scales on the feet, instead turned into feathers. That's the power of Sonic Hedgehog there. So recreating the first dinosaur proto-feathers. Since the Sonic Hedgehog pathway plays a crucial role in feather development, we wanted to observe what happens when it is inhibited, explains Rory Cooper, a postdoctoral researcher in Milinkovic's lab and co-author on the study. By injecting a molecule that blocks the Sonic Hedgehog signaling pathway on the 9th day of embryonic development, just before feather buds appear on the wings in the chicken embryo, the two researchers observed the formation of unbranched, non-invaginated buds, resembling the putative early stages of proto-feathers. So basically, by tinkering with Sonic Hedgehog just a little bit, in a chicken embryo, they figured out how to get that embryo to produce things that look like the simple, hair-like, filamentous proto-feathers of dinosaurs in a modern chicken. So where it should have had proper branching complex feathers, they can change Sonic Hedgehog just a little bit, turn it down, inhibit it, and you get Sinosauropteryx-like proto-feathers on a chicken. They turned back the evolutionary clock. There you go, Scoobs, yeah. How cool is that, you know? Just awesome. However, from the 14th day of embryonic development, feather morphogenesis is partially recovered. Furthermore, although the chicks hatched with patches of naked skin, dormant subcutaneous follicles were autonomously reactivated, eventually producing chickens with normal plumage. So it was just a temporary modification that they made, it seemed. Our experiments show that while a transient disturbance in the development of foot scales can permanently turn them into feathers, it is much harder to permanently disrupt feather development itself. So basically, you can turn things forward, but it's harder to turn things back. It's easier to put feathers where you wouldn't normally get feathers, but when you're trying to inhibit feather development, it's a temporary thing. It only sets the feather development back a little bit. It doesn't stop it. So clearly, over the course of evolution, the network of interacting genes has become extremely robust, ensuring the proper development of feathers even under substantial genetic or environmental perturbations. So you can muck around with things a bit, but if you're trying to prevent feathers from developing on a chicken, that's really difficult. It's easier to add extra feathers than it is to inhibit the development of feathers, which is surprising to me. That's really cool. The big challenge now is to understand how genetic interactions evolve to allow for the emergence of morphological novelties such as proto-feathers. So they're able to temporarily produce proto-feathers on a chicken embryo, but they're not all the way to being able to do that so that the chicken, once it's hatched, has that on a permanent basis. So really interesting here. And thankfully, this is a non-paywalled article, given that it is in PLOS Biology. PLOS stands for Public Library of Science. It is open access.
Access granted.
Yeah. So if you'd like to read this yourself, here is a link. No paywall at all. It's the beauty of open access science. And here it is. A lot of this is going to sail straight over my head because I am not a developmental biologist. Somebody like Lida or Balint would be able to walk you through this with much greater facility than could I. This is outside my realm of expertise. But man, is that a beautiful figure. Oh, that is so cool. Even I can understand this. That is super neat. So this is presumably like SEM microscopy, scanning electron microscope, super high res. That is really cool. Yeah. Very, very cool. So again, this is outside of my field. I hope I explained it well enough for most of you to understand, but I barely understand this myself. Some of you in the chat are going to know more about developmental biology than I do, and so I encourage you to read through this because it's really cool stuff. And again, the press release is right here. I'll give you a link to that too. It's like hair until it's not, says Squiggles. Yeah, isn't that awesome? Very cool stuff. So, slowly but surely, we're starting to understand the evolutionary development of feathers, not just through the fossil record, but through modern experiments too, in modern living animals. So you've got this beautiful confluence of paleontology and modern developmental biology coming together like that. Really, really cool. Awesome stuff. I might try and read through that whole paper myself to see what I can glean from it as a non-specialist. But I'm excited. This is really, really neat. Very cool. Anyway, with that having been said, we've been streaming for 5¼ hours at this point. It's time to wrap up today's stream. Tomorrow we'll be doing Marsh Madness again. We'll be starting up our single round elimination dinosaur contest. Dinosaurs named by the first American professor of paleontology, Othniel Charles Marsh. That's Marsh Madness. We'll get into that tomorrow, but for now, let's wrap things up. Don't go away just yet. We'll see if we can raid into somebody else doing some science outreach here on Twitch. And here is an Archaeopteryx to run our credits over. And holy cow, look at how fast those credits are moving. 300 plus, 302 new subs today. Incredible. Thank you to everybody showing up in our credits. A lot of those are going to be recipients of gift subs there. We're going to go right into Science Streams. Balint is doing an interview right now. What a fellow scientist looks like. So let's go see what he's up to. Incredible stream today. Incredible level of support. I am beyond grateful. Words fail me. Thank you so much to Horror X for your phenomenal generosity. What was it? 250 gift subs today? Bonkers. Thank you to Murph. Thank you to Golganek. Thank you to everybody who contributed today. Incredible. Thank you to the moderators for showing up day in and day out, making sure that our streams here are safe and friendly for all ages and all people. Appreciate you, mods. And I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. I very well might be a little bit late to tomorrow's stream because I'm probably heading to Berkeley for a paleontology seminar, but I'll be here as early as I can be, and I hope to see you too, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye. Let's go see what Science Streams is up to. I'll catch you there. See ya.